Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Calgary Olympic Oval. It's 14 minutes to 9 o'clock, day 2 of the 2022 Grand Prix event, the Canadian Junior National Long Track Championships and Canada Cup 3. Welcome to the University of Calgary in Alberta, Manitoba. The first thing I want to do this morning is do a territorial acknowledgement. So I'd like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. And that includes the Blackfoot Confederacy, comprising of the Siksika, the Piikani, and the Kainai First Nations. It also includes the Sootenai First Nation and the Stoney Nakoda, including the Chiniki, the Bearspaw, and Wesley First Nations. The city of Calgary is also home to Métis Nation of Alberta, region number 3. I'd also like to note that the University of Calgary is situated on land adjacent to where the Bow River meets the Elbow River, and that is the traditional Blackfoot name of this place, which is called Mohkinstsis, which is now what we call the city of Calgary. That's the territorial acknowledgement. Well, you can hear me inside the Oval, and you can hear me on the webcast. Hearty good morning to everybody, to all our athletes, our coaches, our volunteers, our officials, our staff, and supporters of not only the sport of speed skating, but the speed skaters themselves. Many of you have traveled to be here from all over Canada and some from even farther distances. We hope you're enjoying your stay here in Calgary on Treaty 7 territory. We've just finished the first day of the meet, and you know what the best part is? We get to do this all over again today. How cool is that? On behalf of the meet coordinator, Greg Plannard, and the entire organizing committee, let me officially welcome you back to the Calgary Olympic Oval, a venue initially built for the 1988 Winter Olympics, opening in the fall of 1987. Hard to believe that was almost 35 years ago. At that time, it was only the second permanent indoor structure ever built in the world. The first one was built in Germany in 1985, and it is trademarked as the fastest ice in the world. The intact oval that recently opened in Quebec City marked the 40th indoor oval permanent structure in the world, if you happen to be keeping track at home. Starting this morning at precisely 9 a.m., we begin our second of this 3-day long track skating meet called the Grand Prix. As I mentioned, it's 2 meets in one. The Canada Cup 3, which was to be held in Winnipeg in the second week of February, which is where I'm from. And the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships was to be held in Quebec City between Christmas and New Year's. To say that COVID and the pandemic has caused many scheduling changes is an understatement. Yet here we are. The show goes on. And this weekend marks, by my count anyway, the 19th long track event held in Calgary, which started with the time trials back in July. This in a season with all 4 World Cups held prior to Christmas, all ahead of the 24th Winter Olympics in Beijing, China. It's been an exciting yet challenging year for all involved in the sport of speed skating. The Grand Prix is a very important event for several skaters will be looking to achieve times to earn their carding, to allow them funding, and others, especially those who are competing in the Canadian Junior Championships, they're looking to seek to be crowned the top junior in Canada, or at least make the top 3. As for others, they will continue achieving their personal best, or as we say in the sport of speed skating, PBs. And speaking of PBs, they rained down from the Calgary Olympic Oval skies yesterday in both the 500 and 1500, and I fully expect them to do so once again today. Our skaters are getting stronger with better technique along with fast ice, and yet some haven't even raced for several years. All for those reasons, we are seeing these personal bests falling. Tomorrow, however, might be a different story in the 500 and 1000, but I say they're up to the challenge. Let the PBs fall once again. Regardless, we wish all the athletes the very best over the next 3, now 2 days. Today, we will be featuring the 1,000 meter, followed by the 3,000 meter women's and 5,000 meter men's. And we have a special out-of-comp race featuring the legendary Will Dutton, former World Cup and Canadian Olympian, at the end of the day. And if all goes according to plan, I hope to have a few interviews up here in the timing deck. Mark Messier is confirmed. James Monson is confirmed. Mark Messa will talk about the ice. James Monson about equipment. I'm hoping perhaps Alexa Scott throughout the weekend, and maybe Jonathan Gwinnett. So let's see how the day unfolds. So sit back and enjoy and cheer on these athletes that have worked so hard to be here, with everyone paying some kind of price along the way. I would be remiss if I didn't say my heart goes out to those in Ukraine who are currently fighting for their lives, their country, and their very freedom. If what I'm reading and watching is half accurate, being reported by the Western press, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia is both sickening and disheartening. Let's pray for their safety, their freedom, and their very well-being. To say we are fortunate to have a day like we are about to have today in this most amazing country of ours is an understatement. And lastly, turn your clocks ahead. Tomorrow morning, spring forward and fall back. Good morning for those that have just joined us on the webcast. It is 7 minutes to 9 o'clock right now in Alberta time. I'm not sure. It's 7 minutes to whatever time zone you're in, unless it's 9 o'clock and you're in an Alberta time zone. I just made some intro announcements. I've got some music playing in the Oval right now that we can't play on the webcast for, I guess, for permission rules. And so I just thought I would say good morning to you. My name is Greg Bieber. I'm from Winnipeg, Manitoba. I'm a speed skating dad, and I'm going to be on the microphone in the Oval and the webcast as well. So I hope that you enjoy the day ahead watching your loved ones race, friends, family, grandparents, parents, whoever, in the beautiful sport of speed skating. This is the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships and Canada Cup 3, which is a 4-part series throughout the year. Canada Cup 4 is next weekend here, and we are live in the timing deck from the Calgary Olympic Oval, and Christina Peterson, who is a former speed skater parent and now turning announcer as a hobby and volunteer, is joining me for an hour or so this morning. And so you'll hear that name in future announcing as well, both probably short track and long track. So 6 minutes to race time. I'll go quiet at the 2-minute mark. I'm going to play some music and breathe some life into the Oval. Welcome to the webcast, and welcome to day 2 of the 2022 Grand Prix here in Calgary, Alberta. Race time, 5 minutes to race time. The women's 1,000 meters, 35 pairings, 9 o'clock start. You know what comes next, don't you? 3 minutes to start time. The athletes are getting ready. The coaches are getting ready. The officials are getting in place. Test shots are being made. There'll be a 2-minute warning. There is the test shot right now that you would have heard it inside the oval. A big shout out to Chief Referee Baranda Tolner, assistants Carmen Cameron from Quebec, and Rona Hathaway, assisted by Werner Meyer and Bruce Thorpe. Our starters today are Blair Toblin and Darren O'Connell. Lap counter, bell ringer. We've got Gene Ewan today, Don Brown tomorrow. Gloria Davis and Leslie Cassidy up here on the timing deck. And we've got Ashley Young on the photo finish, Dustin Miller, John Little on the webcast, Gloria Davis and Leslie Cassidy, as I mentioned, electronic timing. I'll get the medics' names shortly. It is now the 2-minute warning, the 1,000 meter women starting. I'm going to introduce the first skaters now and go quiet and let the starters take it from here. Welcome, everybody. Here we go in the first pairing in the 1,000 meter women's of 31 pairings today, rather 35 pairings. In the inside lane from Manitoba, Skylar Van Horn. In the outer lane from British Columbia, Kirsten Hagen. Good luck, ladies, you two, and the rest of the women in the 1,000 meters. Okay, you see Skylar Van Horn. I've introduced them inside the oval. There's always a 2-minute warning. This is just for you and me on the webcast. Skylar Van Horn from Manitoba in the inside lane with the white armband. And you got Kirsten Hagen from British Columbia in the red armband in the outer lane. They will finish in the outer and inner, the same lane they started in. Where in the 500 and 1500, they do a switch over twice. Okay, here we go. Well, we got a clean start for pairing number 1. Skylar Van Horn from Manitoba, Kirsten Hagen from British Columbia. Let's have a look at their first opening 200 meters. Van Horn in at 20.24, Hagen in at 20.59. This is 2 1/2 laps around a 400 meter oval. Once they hit that 200 meter mark, 2 full laps after that. They'll cross over twice on the back stretch. Skylar Van Horn is in the yellow, and Kirsten Hagen is in the black. We got the final lap to go. The bell has gone. They start in the southwest corner of the oval and will finish in the middle of the oval for the 1,000 meter. Down the back stretch they go, finish in the last 200 meters. Here we go. Let's hope we see some more personal best fall today. Hagen comes out of the corner first, but Van Horn is in the inner lane. Here they go. They're going to finish strong. And Hagen crosses the line at 1:23.10. And Van Horn at 1:24.13. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Sophia Bieber. In the outer lane from Alberta, Victoria Goplin. All right, if you just joined us, we're here in Calgary, Alberta at the Calgary Olympic Oval in the second pairing of the women's 1,000 meters. Sophia Bieber in the yellow from Manitoba. She has an opening time of 20.29. Victoria Goplin with a time of 20.09. Their personal bests are very close to each other, so these two skaters are evenly matched. And down the backstretch they go for the first of two lane switches. Two evenly matched skaters. The inside skater, the inside lane should come out of the corner first, followed by because it's a shorter turn. And there I can hear the bell lap, and then the outer lane it should follow, and then they should switch in that 100-meter stretch in the back stretch. Sometimes they get crossed up a little bit if the outer skater is skating quicker than the inner skater. But the outer skater always has the right of way. Okay, the final corner they enter, Bieber and Goplin. Bieber from Manitoba, Goplin from Alberta. Here they go, rounding the turn. To finish off, it's going to be very, very close. It looks like Goplin is going to cross the line first, and she does so at a time of 1:21.66, and Bieber at 1:22.13. That will be a season's best for Bieber, both author PBs. In the third pairing in the inner lane, representing Alberta, Caitlin Pelkey. In the outer lane from Alberta as well, Laura Hall. All right, we got Caitlin Pelkey and Laura Hall, both from Alberta. Hall books in her 200 meters at 19.89 for the fastest 200 meters so far this morning. Pelkey in at 20.13 for the third fastest 200 meters time. Laura Hall is competing in the Canadian Long Track Junior Championships and is one of the favorites in the women's category. They now have the bell lap, less than 400 meters to go. No personal bests so far in the first two pairings. Not sure what that means, if anything, at this point, but we're going to find out as the pairings go on, as the next set of skaters will have faster and faster times. The fastest skating times will be in the pairings somewhere around 4 to 8. All right, Laura Hall is going to easily cross the line first over Caitlin Pelkey, and she does at a time of 1:19.82, and that's an extreme. She'll be very pleased with that. That's a personal best by 2 seconds at least. 1:22.38 for Pelkey, and that's also a personal best for those two skaters. Congratulations. In the fourth pairing of the 1,000 meters in the inner lane from Quebec, Audrey Phaneuf, and in the outer lane from Alberta, Haley Bell. All right, in the first 200 meters, Audrey Phaneuf in at 19.6, Haley Bell in at 19.69. They've clocked the fastest two 200-meter openers right here in the Calgary, Alberta Olympic Oval. They now have the bell lap, which means they're less than 400 meters to go, and not an easy task by any means, because it's basically a full-on sprint I did mention that the 1500 meter race is the hardest race in the sport of speed skating because it's a marathon sprint. At least with the 1000 meters, you can stop after the 2.5 laps. If it was the 1500 meter, you got another lap to go and a quarter by that. So it's tough. So here we go. So it looks like we've got Audrey Phaneuf is going to cross the line first, and she does at 1:21:30, and Haley Bell at 1:22:66. We now move to the fifth pairing of 35 pairings in the 1,000 meter women's in the inside lane from Alberta, Hee-Won Song, and in the outer lane from Quebec, Caroline Gingras. If you've just joined us, this is the fifth pairing of 35 pairings in the women's 1,000 meters. If you're watching on the webcast, they just rounded the turn. We'll get an opening 200 meters. We got some fast 200 meters right now. Hee-Won Song in at 18.89. That's the first. That's the fastest time so far in the 200 meters. And Caroline Gingras at 19.03. Both of these skaters have personal bests that are very, very close to each other. We're all in favor of personal bests raining down from the skies of the Calgary Olympic Oval. That's the skaters' gauge on how they're doing through their training in each season and as the years unfold. Basically, you're trying to get your body to go as fast as possible when you have boots with knives on them. That's called speed skating, ladies and gentlemen. We round the final turn. Here comes Caroline Gingras and Hee-Won Song. It's going to be very close. Gingras will cross the line first at a time of 1:20.83. Hee-Won Song at a time of 1:21.59. That is a season's best for Hee-Won Song. In the sixth pairing in the 1,000 meter women's in the inside lane from British Columbia, Allison Desmarais. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Anna Bourgeois. Pairing number 6, we got Desmarais from BC, Bourgeois from Alberta. The opening time for Desmarais is 19:04, Bourgeois at 19.55. All right, we got the bell lap with 400 meters to go. We got Desmarais. Got the fastest pace so far. She's just almost 2 seconds better than the previous top racer in this 1,000 meters. They're finishing up. They got basically 50 meters to go with the final turn. This should be the two top fastest times. Desmarais will cross the line first, but very close. So she does so at a time of 1:17.69. She'll be happy with that. That is a personal best by almost a full second. Bourgeois at 1:18.27, and that is also a personal best for her. So congratulations, Allison and Anna. We now move to the seventh pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Rose Larboterois. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Carolina Hiller. In this pairing, in the same color of suits, you've got Rose Laliberte de Roy and Carolina Hiller setting the top 200-meter time so far. Laliberte de Roy at 18:53, Hiller in at 18.88. They'll be looking for personal bests for sure. Rose Laliberte de Roy, because they're in the same suits, is wearing the white armband. She started in the inside lane, and she'll finish in the inside lane. Carolina Hiller has the red armband, and she'll finish off in the outer lane. Less than 300 meters to go in this 1,000-meter race. These skaters will be feeling it, but adrenaline and encouragement from their coaches as they head down the backstretch, leaving nothing on the ice, would be their plan. Here comes Laliberte in the inside lane. Looks like she's going to finish the race first. With about 20 meters to go, all she's got, you can see the expression on her face if you watch on the webcast. She's giving it her all, and she's going to be very happy with that race. 1:17.99, a new personal best for Rose Laliberte de Roy. 1:19.46 for Carolina Hiller. We now move to the 8th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Gabrielle Jelinek. And in the outer lane, also from Quebec, Beatrice Lamarche. In the Battle of Quebec, Beatrice Lamarche, 18.49 in the opening 200 meters. Jelinek in a 19.15. Both Quebec skaters have close personal best. Lamarche has got a faster time than Jelinek, but let's see what happens today in today's race as they go with 100 and some meters yet, 400 plus meters yet to go in this 1,000 meter race. This the 8th pairing. Lamarche is setting the fastest time so far, second off the pace from Rose Laliberte de Roy. Down the backstretch she goes. You can see her on the webcast if you're watching online. Beatrice Lamarche is easily going to cross the line first over Gabrielle Jelinek, and she does so with a time of 1:16.4. That is a season's best for Beatrice Lamarche. 1:16.4. 1:19.67 for Jelinek. And that'll be her time in this 1,000 meter race. In the 9th pairing, in the inside lane from Ontario, Rachel Freitag. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Ariane Fournier. Freitag from Ontario, Fournier in from Quebec. Let's check in on their 200-meter opener. Fournier in at 19.81. Freitag in at 20.56. We have the bell lap here in this 9th pairing of the 35 pairings in the women's 1,000 meters. Hope you're enjoying yourself, whether you're inside the oval live or you're watching on the webcast, or perhaps you're doing both. If you're watching on the webcast and there's not a lot of talk, it can be kind of quiet. But for the 3,000 and 5,000 meters, you can be sure it'll have lots of chatter, certainly for the webcast viewers. So here comes Fournier. She crosses the line at 1:23.06. She'll be happy with that time. That is a personal best for Ariane Fournier. Rachel Freitag crosses the line at 1:25.78. In the 10th pairing, in the inside lane, from Germany, Nele Charlene Neumann. And in the outer lane, from Alberta, Zoe Luders. All right, welcome here to the 11th pairing, rather 10th pairing. We have a German skater and an Alberta skater. Nele Charlene Neumann at 20.96 for her opener. Luders in at 20.62, fairly evenly matched to skaters. Neumann is in the gray and white suit, and Luders is in the blue and black suit, of course, representing Alberta. I believe those are new suits this season for Alberta, from what I'm told. And we've got the bell lap, and here we go. 400 meters to go. This is where these skaters dig deep. They might not have much left physically going full out, but mentally, this is where they dig in. And the mental toughness, well, that's what the sport's all about. Physical and mental toughness, challenging the body in every possible way to go as fast as you possibly can here in Calgary, in the fastest ice in the world. So, Luders and Neumann rounding the final corner. Luders is going to cross the line first, and she does so at a time of 1:24.03. And Neumann in at 1:24.86, and she beats her personal best by 10/100ths of a second. Neumann with a personal best. We now move to the 11th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Amélie Greenfeld. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Molly Johnson. So here we are, the opening 200 meters for Emily Greenfeld, 19.93 from Quebec, and Molly Johnson at 20.48. The bell lap has gone. Less than 400 meters to go for Greenfeld and Johnson. So far we've had 6 personal bests and 2 season's best. And this is the 11th pairing, 22 skaters. Here comes Johnson and Greenfeld. It's going to be fairly close. Johnson is going to cross the line first, and she does so at a time of 1:24.17. She'll be happy with that time. That's a personal best. And Greenfeld in at 1:24.49, and she'll be very happy with that, as that is almost a full second, just shy of a full second for personal best for Emily. In the 12th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Allison Lalonde. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Alexa Annika. All right, I'm going to report, as I've been doing so far for the previous 11 pairings, the opening 200-meter time. Lalonde in at 19.91 and Annika in at 20.9. If you happen to be watching the webcast, you can see the pads virtually around the oval, and it says the words are the fastest ice in the world. That's a trademark name. It also has an element of truth to it. There are 24 records held in long track. 23 are held in either Calgary or Salt Lake City. One just broke in Beijing. It's the first one outside those two venues. That was Niels van der Poel, and I think the 10,000 meters, he set a world record there. But all the other records are set either in Calgary and Salt Lake. I believe, up for discussion, but I think 8 or 9 records in Calgary and the rest in Salt Lake City. The fastest ice in the world right here in Calgary. Lalonde crosses the line at 1:22.43. She'll be very happy with that time. She blows the doors off her personal best. Annika does the same at 1:24.87. Allison, Alexa, nice job. Personal best for you two ladies. We now move to the 13th pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Robin Solé. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Juliette Grenier. Okay, these skaters look very evenly matched. Solé's opening at 200 meters is 19.99. Grenier in at 20.14. You have to be shaking the whole time. You're switching all the time, aren't you? Well, you want me to talk about you? Down the back stretch they go. Solé from Manitoba, Grenier from Quebec. These skaters are very evenly matched in terms of looking at their personal bests. Look, they're going to cross the line almost at the same time. They're working hard. It looks like Solé's going to cross the line first, and she does at a time of 1:24.50. 1:24.50 for Solé. Grenier at 1:24.83. That is a season's best for Juliette Grenier. Season's best. We now move to the 14th pairing in the inside lane, all the way from Sweden, Anne-Marie Lindqvist. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Darby Beeson.
I would say
I'm just speaking to those on the webcast right now, not inside the oval. You're watching Anne-Marie Lindqvist from Sweden and Darby Beeson from Alberta. I just wanted to let you know that stick around. After the 1,000 meter men's, I'm going to be interviewing Mark Messer. Mark Messer is the ice master of the world in terms of speed skating. Anne-Marie Lindqvist opening 200 meters, 20.66. Darby Beeson, 20.42. Just made an announcement on the oval, but I'm back now on the webcast only. So I've got a An interview with Mark Messer. I've always wanted to talk to him. He's been an ice maker here for 35 years. He's one of the world's best, if not the world's best, him and his team. And I want to find out how he makes the ice. What's the process, why he's so good at it, why he travels around the world, why he's so sought after. He was in the ice ribbon in Beijing making the ice for the Olympics. So it's going to be a real cool interview coming up. And in terms of time, that's probably going to be... Well, I'll get back to you on that, but it's going to be through the lunch hour in Alberta. And then I've got James Monson coming up. We're going to talk about equipment somewhere between 1 and 2 in Alberta time. More about that later. Back to live action. So these skaters look very close in time, and boy, are they ever. Anne-Marie Lindquist, 1:23.78, blows the doors off her personal best, and Darby Beeson in at 1:23.84. They said 6/100ths of a second separating those two, and she also has a personal best by 3 seconds. Congratulations, ladies. In the 15th pairing of 35 pairings in the 1,000-meter women's race in the inside lane from Quebec, Camille Tremblay. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Brooke Braun. The opening 200 meters from Camille Tremblay, 19.79, 11th fastest so far this morning. A strong opening for Tremblay. Braun in at 21.35. If you and the Oval aren't connected yet to the webcast, do so today through the lunch hour. I'll be interviewing Mark Messer, the expert, the ice master here in Calgary. I'm looking forward to that interview to talk about ice making and his career all wrapped in one. That should be around 12:30 Alberta time. Stay tuned for more details. Right now, back to live action. The 15th pairing of 35 pairings. Lots of skaters. There's about 80 women skaters, and there's about 110 men skaters or boy skaters, male skaters. So almost 200 skaters today. At this meet. All right, so finishing up the race first. It will be Camille Tremblay. Camille Tremblay at 1:23.17, personal best by a long shot. Brooke Braun, 1:29.37. So Camille Tremblay, by at least 3 seconds, blows the doors off her earlier personal best. Congratulations, Camille. In the 16th pairing, in the inside lane, from Ontario, Era Lynn McGill. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Emma Langstrom. Fairly close match to skaters. Erilyn McGill in for 20.08 on her 200 meters. Langstrom in at 20.47. Erilyn McGill and Emma Langström are heading to the finish line, and crossing the line first is Erilyn McGill at 1:24.37. That's a personal best for Erilyn and Emma Langström, 1:25.41. And here we go, another personal best. Erilyn McGill, Emma Langström, congratulations. It's continuing to rain PBs for these skaters at this level. In the 17th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Ella Cloutier. And in the outer lane also from the Saskatchewan, Callie Ann Friesen. Battle of Saskatchewan is on. Traveling from Saskatchewan into Alberta, here we go. Cloutier in for 20.91. Friesen in for 21.45 seconds. The faster each of these skaters go, the faster they push each other to go. That's the beauty of racing against a skater beside each other. Plus, they're no doubt they're friends as well as competitors. Ella Cloutier crosses the line at 1:25.18, and that is a personal best for her. Friesen at 1:28.22 in her 1,000 meters. So Cloutier, personal best. In the 18th pairing, in the inside lane, another Saskatchewan skater, Serena Dallaire. And in the outer lane, from Quebec, Alix Delvaux. Delvaux's opening 200 meters is 20.11. Dallaire in at 21.04. All right, the bell lap has gone on. We are currently in the 17th, rather the 18th pairing of the women's 1,000 meters. If you just joined us, we're in Calgary, Alberta at the Calgary Olympic Oval, home of the fastest ice in the world. And you're watching the 1,000 meter women's races. There's 35 pairings this morning. Later, we're going to have the men's pairings. There's 44 pairings there as well. It'll be very exciting. Okay, so we finished off this race, and Delvaux from Quebec crosses the line at 1:24.65 for a personal best. Serena Dallaire at 1:26.62. She'll be happy, like Alix will, because she also got a personal best. Congratulations. In the 19th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Marie-Michelle Guignon. And in the outer lane from Quebec as well, Chloe Jelinek. All right, in the Battle of Quebec, Jelinek crosses the 200-meter mark at 19.61. Gagnon in at 22.65. I'm feeling more personal best falling here, at least for one of the skaters. The bell lap has gone on. Marie-Michelle Gagnon and Chloe Jelinek, both from Quebec. There's a Quebec group of skaters in town, both men's and women's, or male and female, about 35 of them. Met their coaches the other day. Had a great conversation with them. Got clear on some of the pronunciations of their athletes. I want to make sure that I pronounce them as correct as possible, even though I'm English. I want to make sure that I do a good job for these kids. Here's Chloe Jelinek. She crosses the line at 1:22.49. She's going to be very happy with that because she beat her personal best by almost 5 seconds. That's crazy talk. Marie-Michelle Gagnon at 1:30.88, and she also gets a personal best. So Marie-Michelle and Chloe, congratulations, girls. In the 20th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Camille Alford. And from Manitoba in the outer lane, Lindsay Smart. Welcome to the 20th pairing with Lindsay Smart from Manitoba. Her opening 200 meters is 21.06. Camille Alford's opener at 20.78. You see the coaches on the backstretch, Christina Lazarescu and Will Dutton, encouraging and coaching their athletes in this 1,000-meter race. They have the bell lap with 300 meters to go. These two racers, Alford and Smart, are very evenly matched, as is their personal best. They're exactly the same. So let's see if these skaters can best their personal bests and say goodbye to their old one and create a new one. Smart in the yellow and black, rounding the corner in the outer lane. Alford right alongside now with a shorter distance in the inside lane. Smart's going to cross the line first, and she does so at a time of 1:27.75. She'll be happy with that race. That's a personal best for Lindsay Smart. And Camille Alford crosses the line at 1:28.32, and that is also a personal best for her. Camille and Lindsay, congratulations. In the 21st pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Sydney Benny. Well, it's gone quiet, so I better pick up the pace here. 21st pairing here, the 1,000-meter women's races. We've got the bell lap here with Sophia Dvorak and Sydney Benny. Dvorak is from Saskatchewan. Benny is from British Columbia. I mentioned earlier I got a couple interviews lined up. Mark Messer, after the men's 1,000 meter races around the lunch hour Alberta time. Don't miss that race. Don't miss that interview. I'm looking forward to talking to him. I don't think he sees himself as a legend, but he is a legend because of his credibility in making ice around the world. And he's made the fastest ice in the world right here in Calgary, Alberta. 35 years in the making. So crossing the line first will be Sydney Benny at a time of 1:30.33. That is a season's best for Sydney. Sophia Dvorak crosses the line at 1:31.10. And I need to check on that time. So, back to Dvorak a little bit later. We now go to the 22nd pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Maya Kemp. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Rachel Mallard. Maya Kemp's opening at 200 meters is at 21.43. Mallard in at 21.49. So in the earlier pairing, Sophia Dvorak had a time of 1:31.10. It is off her PB, so Benny had a season's best in that pairing, and that is it out of that grouping. We now are back to the 22nd pairing. Maya Kemp from Manitoba, Rachel Mallard from Ontario. Kemp is going to finish off in the inner lane. It might look from the screen on the webcast or live that Mallard might have the upper hand, but the outer lane has to travel farther than the inner lane. It's going to be close, but Mallard is going to cross the line first, and she does it at a time of 1:27.53 for a personal best. Maya Kemp at 1:28.73. That is also a personal best. These ladies will be happy with those times. Congratulations, Rachel and Maya. In the 23rd pairing, in the inside lane from Alberta, Elena Manina. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Tatiana Deflect. In the opening 200 meters, Tatiana Deflect at 20.96. Elena Manina, 22.74. So you got Deflect and Manina, both from Alberta. Very close personal bests. I expect them both to fall today. Come on, ladies, don't disappoint me up here in the timing deck. Let's see these PBs rain from the sky. Racers that start in the inside lane in the 1,000 meters finish in the inside lane, and racers that start in the outer lane finish in the outer lane. Tatiana Deflect started in the outer lane and looks like she's going to cross the line first. And she does. She does at a time of 1:28.92. She'll be happy with that time. That is a personal best. Manina crosses the line at a time of 1:34.04. Deflect in, for the record, a personal best. Congratulations, Tatiana. We now move to the 24th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Brielle Durham. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Leila Cotier. Opening 200 meters for Durham at 21.05 and Cotier in at 21.18. Brielle Durham and Leila Cotier are on the ice right now. You're watching the 24th pairing of 35 pairings here in Calgary, Alberta at the Oval Grand Prix, the Canada Cup, and the Canadian Junior Championships, Canadian Junior Long Track Championships. I'll talk more about the point system and how they're doing that now. So let's have a look. Cotier in at 127.33. That's a personal best by her. Lots of personal bests falling today, and Durham in at 130.92. And that's a personal best for Brielle. So Brielle and Leila, congratulations, more PBs. We now move to the 25th pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Hannah North. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Daria Voigt. All right, the opening 200 meters. North in at 21.86. Voigt in at 21.55. North from British Columbia. Voigt from Ontario. Down the backstretch they go. So I was saying earlier, I have an interview with Mark Messer after the 1,000 meter men's race, so stick around for that. It won't be played in the oval, but it will be broadcast on the webcast as we hear the bell lap for these two skaters, Hannah North and Daria Voigt. I also have an interview with James Monson, former sprinter, the Canadian national team a few years back. He knows a lot about equipment. I want to talk about equipment. He's very knowledgeable about that, so stick around for that. We might even get a video of us up here. I think Dustin Miller will get us videoing so you can see us during the interview up here in the timing deck. So if you're inside the oval, connect to the webcast and you'll hear those interviews. So here comes Daria Voigt. She crosses the line first at a time of 1:29.81. And Hannah North in at 1:31.34. Hannah and Daria, congratulations on PBs once again. Great job. We now move to the 26th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Kendra Hawkins. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Elise Pripich. The opening 200 meters, Elise Pripich in at 21.39, Hawkins in at 23.02. Kendra Hawkins and Elise Pripich. You're watching on the screen right now. Elise Pripich crosses the line first at a time of 1:30.77. Kendra Hawkins crosses the line at 1:35.41. Elise is going to be happy with her time because she bests her personal best by almost 3 full seconds. Elise Pripich, congratulations on a PB. We now move to the 27th pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Elizabeth Smith. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Rachel Spritzens. Two very close racers right now. Elizabeth Smith from British Columbia books in her first 200 meters at 22.56. Rachel Spritzen at 22.57. All right, we got Elizabeth Smith from British Columbia, Rachel Spritzens from Manitoba, the 1,000 meter women's. This is the 27th pairing. There are 35 pairings in total. These skaters are digging deep as they round the final corner to finish off their race. Looks like Elizabeth Smith will cross the line first. And she does so at a time of 1:30.50. She'll be happy with that time because that is a personal best. And Spritzens crossed the line at 1:35.31. And she'll be happy with that time as well because that's a personal best for Rachel Spritzens and Elizabeth Smith. Rachel, Elizabeth, congratulations. We now move to the 28th pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Cheyenne Key. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Lewis Spence. Cheyenne Key, Lewis Spence in this pairing, this 28th pairing of 35 pairings. Key's opener is 23.65, Spence opener 22.52. These two skaters look evenly matched when I look at their current PBs. And I'm predicting that personal best will come out of Key and Spence, their races in the 1,000 meters. A number of them have come down, and there are reasons for that. First of all, there hasn't been a lot of racing at this level for the last 2 years. So the pandemic has had a large part in that, and the skaters have then grown and trained and developed over those last 2 years. So that's why you're seeing in a lot of cases the personal best fall by significant margins. We saw that in the fall back in October and November as well. Not all the same skaters in this meet attended those meets back in the fall. Now, tomorrow we have the 500 and 1,000 again. There'll be very few personal bests because they will have achieved them this weekend. They're harder and harder to get, but you need more time, more training, and that's what they train for. All right, so we got Lewis Spence crossing the line first, and she does so at a time of 1:35.44, a 4-second time difference from her personal best. Congratulations, Lewis. Cheyenne Key at 1:38.58, and she also got a personal best. So to Lewis and Cheyenne, congratulations for PBs. In the 29th pairing, in the inside lane, we've got the Battle of Alberta, Heidi Beck. And in the outer lane, Denise Wesseling. In the Battle of Alberta, Heidi Beck's opening 200-meter time is 22.64. Wesseling in at 23.58. These two skaters are evenly matched, as all skaters should when they get to the start line, as their qualifying or seed times match up with skaters of their caliber. No doubt these skaters are friends. They know each other well. They probably train together. And let's see who gets the PBs out of these two and who gets the lowest time. There's a bit of bragging rights involved here, too, when you compete against each other. All friendly banter is good-natured in the sport of speed skating. This is the 30th pairing of 35. Their lap times are very close. They're out by 3/4 of a second. Heidi Beck and Denise Wesseling. They round the final corner. And here comes Heidi Beck. She's going to best Denise Wesseling. She's going to cross the line at a time of 1:39.05. She'll be happy with that. That is a personal best. And Denise Wesseling in at a time of 1:42.14. Heidi Beck, personal best. We now move to the 30th pairing in the inside lane. Representing Ontario, Renata Kinsey. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Isabel Rasmus. weekend meeting Saturday, Sunday. Renata Kenzie in at 25.14 in her opener 200 meters. Erasmus in at 23.35. Again, these two skaters have very similar personal bests. Let's see how they do as the race unfolds. So today marks the 1,000 meter races for the women, and we're also going to do the same with the men. We're going to have an ice resurfacing after the 35th pairing. We have 44 pairings for the men. We'll have 2 sets, 22 pairings each, and then we'll break for lunch, and we'll start with the women 3,000 meters, followed by the men's 5,000 meters. Lots of pairings in the men's. Actually, I should say not pairings, but we're going to do quads. Like we did yesterday for the 1,500 meters. Here comes Isabel Erasmus around the final turn. The tip of her skate crosses the line at 140.45. That's a personal best for Isabel Erasmus, and Renata Kenzie at 142.94, just missing her PB. We now go to the 31st pairing. In the inside lane, representing Ontario, Sarah Murray. From Ontario as well in the outer lane, Kaylin Joliffe. This is the 31st pairing. I keep saying there's 35 pairings. There's actually 33. There's 3 to go. This one and 2 more before we have an ice resurfacing. If you've just joined us, we are here in Calgary, Alberta, at the Calgary Olympic Oval, at the Oval Grand Prix, which is featuring 2 meets in one, the Canada Cup 3 and the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships. Sarah Murray's opening 200 meters at 21.47. Kaylin Joliffe at 22.46. Sarah Murray and Kaylin Joliffe, both from Ontario. If you're a relative of Sarah and Kaylin and you're watching back home, hello, welcome. Hope you're enjoying watching your loved ones race. We have a ton of fun out here in Alberta watching these kids grow and develop as speed skaters. Sarah Murray crosses the line at 131.74. No comparison. Brand new PB for Sarah Murray at 131.74. Joliffe at 137.50. And that is also a PB for her. So these ladies are going to make it tougher on themselves by lower and lower times. That's the idea. In the 32nd pairing in the inner lane from Alberta, Sophia Cross. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Rebecca Bieber. Bieber's opening 200-meter time is 21.6, 49th of the group. Sophia Cross in at 25.34. Rebecca Bieber from Manitoba Sophia Cross from Alberta in this 30-second pairing 1,000 meter race. 2.5 laps around this 400 meter track. Neither Sophia Cross or Rebecca Bieber or the other two skaters that follow have a 1,000 meter time, so this will be both their personal best and their first time. So learning how to pace yourself for a 1,000 meter race, a full-on sprint, is very challenging. I expect both Bieber and Cross to have a very challenging final lap. So there's Rebecca Bieber going down the back stretch. Sophia Cross will come into the screen here very shortly. She comes around the corner. So Rebecca Bieber in the outer lane with the last sort of 30 meters to go. Here comes Bieber. No doubt very, very tired, giving it all she's got. Let's see what she's going to close in at. Rebecca Bieber crosses the line at 1:38.15. 1:38.15. That'll be a personal best for Rebecca Bieber. Here comes Sophia Cross with about 10 meters to go or less, and she's going to cross the line at a time of 1:52.82, and that'll be a PB for Sophia Cross as well. Sophia Cross, Rebecca Bieber, congratulations. This is the final pairing of the 1,000 meter women's race in the inside lane from Manitoba, Megan Smith. I don't see another skater, so it may be that she'll be by herself. Okay, in this final pairing, we have one skater, Megan Smith. So, this is where you in the oval become the second skater. It is always very, there you can see on the screen, she's getting cheered on by other supporters. It is always very difficult for a skater to skate their best and their potential lowest time by themselves. It's always better to be pushed by another skater. And so, in place of that, everybody in the oval, as she heads down the front straightaway, right now, as she rounds the turn, before she heads into the bell lap, give her some encouragement. Cheer her on, as this is her first 1,000 meter, her first trip to the Calgary Olympic Oval. Megan Smith from Manitoba being cheered on by those at the oval right now. Megan Smith, final corner. You can see her come into the screen. No doubt she's tired. First 1,000 meter here at the Calgary Oval. And she's going to cross the line at 1:42.37. 1:42.37, that'll be a personal best. And the start of her personal best here at the Calgary Oval. That completes 33 pairings of the women's 1,000 meter race. We are now going to do an ice resurfacing. Oh, here we are. If you're still on the webcast, you can see the gentleman I'm going to be interviewing a little bit later, Mark Messer, the operations manager and ice master here. He's obviously spraying parts of the ice to make sure that it's safe and smooth for the skaters. And you also see in the top left-hand corner, yeah, there's Mark right there. Yeah, we'll get a chance to talk to him after the men's 1,000 meter races around lunch hour. And if you can see in the top left-hand screen, you can see us up here in the timing deck. I'll turn and say hi to you. Let me grab my microphone and get more record here. Hi, everybody. This is up in the timing deck here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. My name is Greg Bieber. I'm a speed skating dad from Winnipeg who have a couple daughters that speed skate. My wife, Gail Johnston, is also a speed skater, and I basically married into that sport, and it's been a delight to be a part of the sport and volunteering, learning a ton about it. I got Christine Peterson, who is also going to be assisting as the months and years unfold as an announcer, and she's working alongside me today. And then if you look down the stretch, the very thin hallway, you see Dustin Miller. Dustin, if you want to wave, and he's looking after the video today. And John Little is the IT specialist and producer of the production here at the Oval. And Greg Plannert, you might see him in the distance, and he's our meet coordinator. So this is what our working conditions look like, and the contract has been signed. I get a cup of coffee, sometimes a refill, and a donut. So we're going to stop here. And we're going to do some ice resurfacing. We're going to start the first of 22 pairings in the men's 1,000 meters, followed by another 22 pairings. Then we're going to have a break. I get to interview Mark Messer. I'm really looking forward to that. I get James Monson a little bit later. We'll talk about equipment. And then we're going to do the quads in the women's 3,000 meters and the men's 5,000 meters. And get this, to finish off the day, Will Dutton, legendary Will Dutton, former Olympian and World Cup skater, retiring coach of the Manitoba, Speed Skating Manitoba, because he's moving out to Calgary, lost a bet amongst his friends. He's going to skate the 5,000 meter. That's 12 and a half laps around the last time he did that, Will was a sprinter, by the way, was in 2008. So we're going to see Will Dutton make payment on a bet. We're really excited for that. We call it an out-of-competition race, so stick around. Lots more to happen here at the Calgary Olympic Oval at the Grand Prix, the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships, and Canada Cup 3. We'll see you back here later at a time of, what time? Restart at 10:30, which is basically in 11 minutes time. We'll see you then. Let's have a look at the global shot of the Oval on the webcast. Talk to you later, everybody. It's 10:28. We got the 2-minute warning. Starting the 1,000 meter men's race. 22 pairings to start off. Let me introduce to you the first two skaters, and then I'll go quiet and let the starters take over. In the inside lane, in the first pairing, from Alberta, Cody Miller. And in the outer lane, from Quebec, Charles-Émile Gélinaud-Dion. Good luck, gentlemen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 1,000 meter men's race, 22 pairings. This is the first. We got Cody Miller from Alberta with an opening time of 17.22. Charles-Émile Gélinaud-Dion at 17:01. You're going to watch some very fast male skaters here in the first opening pairings. Cody Miller from Alberta, Gélinaud-Dion from Quebec. The bell lap has gone off. 1 lap to go. Miller is in the blue and Gélinaud-Dion is in the black. What lane they start in is the lane that they will finish in. What the difference I notice in these skaters is that the more elite they are, the more they are able to disguise just how exhausted and tired they are. But they're tired, no doubt. Here comes Miller. He's going to cross the line, and he does so at a time of 1:11.61. That's a personal best for Cody Miller. Congratulations. 1:13.59 for Gélinaud-Dion. PB, Cody Miller. Congratulations. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, William Lemelin-Bilodeau. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Matthew Laxton. False start. We'll do it again. Second pairing of 22 pairings before we do an ice resurfacing. We've got Lemelin-Bilodeau. He crosses the opening 200 meters at 17.41. Laxton at 17.73. Both of these skaters have very almost identical personal bests. And the bell lap for Lemelin, Bilodeau, and Laxton. Well, so what I was saying earlier is that the elite skaters can disguise their fatigue a little bit more than the newer skaters. Sometimes skaters finishing off the 1500 or the 1000, they can barely get a leg over to crossover to make a turn. They're so tired. And that's just, everybody goes through that. Every skater goes through that. And we're watching William Bilodeau, Lemelin Bilodeau cross line at a 1:11.30. He'll be happy with that. That's a season and a personal best. Matthew Laxton at a 1:13.49. Lemelin Bilodeau, PB. In the third pairing, in the inside lane, from Alberta, Matthias Bath. And in the outer lane, from Ontario, Ryan Gibson. All right, you're watching two skaters, Matthias Bath from Alberta, Ryan Gibson from Ontario. They both have the same color, same design skin suit. Gibson's opening 200 meters is 17:04, Bath in at 17.75. I need to correct myself. All weekend so far I've been saying that there's been 2 meets in one. Actually, if I read the board, there's 3 meets in one. This is the Grand Prix, the main event. And joining their event is the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships, because it was to be held in Quebec between Christmas and New Year's, and Canada Cup 3, which is to be held in my hometown of Winnipeg. 3 meets in one, ladies and gentlemen, 3 meets in one. All results meshed together, and then to be sorted at towards the end of the weekend, so we know who the crowning winner is in the Canadian Junior Championship. More on that later. Here comes Gibson and Bath. Crossing the line first is Bath at 1:11.12. That is a personal best for Matthias. And Gibson 1:11.59, just off his PB. So Matthias, Bath, I should say, personal best. Congratulations. We now move to the fourth pairing of 22 pairings in the inside lane from Alberta, Frank Roth. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Guillaume Labbé. These pairings are the start of some very, very fast speed skaters. Roth in at a 16:64, blistering 200-meter pace. That's the fastest pace so far of our 4 pairings. This one's going to be tough to beat. Guillaume Labbé at 17.4 in the 5th fastest 200 meters. You're watching beautiful speed skaters at fast speeds, and their technique is beautiful to watch. They got the bell lap. Roth and Labbé. Roth from Alberta, Labbé from Quebec. Heading down the straightaway for the final lane switchover with encouragement and coaching from their coaches. Roth will finish in the inside lane, and he's coming out of the exit first, and he'll cross that finish line first. Let's see how he does versus his personal best. He crosses the line at a time of 1:09.82. He's going to be happy with that race. That is a personal best for Frank Roth. 1:09.28. Frank, congratulations. Guillaume Labbé crosses the line at 1:10.55. That is a personal best for Guillaume as well. Frank and Guillaume, congratulations. In the 5th pairing from Alberta, taking the inside lane, Anders Johnson. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Cedric Brunet. Okay, we had an interesting start to this race. Anders Johnson with an opening at 200 meters at 16:74. Cedric Brunet fell at the start and won't complete the race. So this is Anders Johnson in the race by himself. Hopefully Cedric is okay. He's not hurt. The bell lap for Anders Johnson. You don't see that actually that often. I was just telling Christine Patterson back in the fall, calling Cedric Brunet in one of his races, and he just knocked it out of the park. He's a very, very fast speed skater. His personal best is 109.79. A little tougher for Johnson to push himself, but let's see how he does. And he crosses the line at 109.90, just off his PB by 17/100ths of a second. Tough break for Cedric Brunet. They will probably do a ice check, which is standard. It looks like, and some of the ice meisters are on the ice right now, checking it out. They want to make sure that the ice is safe and smooth for the racers. And the green light is to go ahead. The ice is good to go. In the sixth pairing of the first 22 pairings in the 1,000 meter race, the Oval Grand Prix Canada Cup Canadian Junior Long Track Championships, in the inside lane from Alberta, Paul Coder. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Christopher Fiola. They've had a change of heart. We're actually going to take the time now, and we're going to do an ice repair. So if you're on the webcast, you're looking virtually at the start line, or just over the start line of where Cedric Brunet had a fall, and obviously a skate might have clipped the ice a little bit, so a little bit of slush with the trowel, and it looks like the ice is good to go. They want to make sure it's safe, and it is. So here we go. Paul Coder and Christopher Fiola. A good clean start in this sixth pairing featuring Paul Coder from Alberta and Christopher Fiola from Quebec. Fiola with an opening 200 meter, 16.34. So far the fastest opener in today's races. Paul Coder right there at 17.2. 2.5 laps around the 400 meter track. Very fast skaters in Paul Coder and Christopher Fiola. So Coder's personal best is 109.25. Fiola is 108.47. Let's see how they make out in terms of their PBs. Here comes Fiola, rounding the turn, and he's going to cross the line. He does so at a time of 109.39, which is a season's best for Christopher Fiola, season's best. Paul Coder at 111.02, and that is a season's best for Coder as well. We now move to the seventh pairing in the inside lane from Nova Scotia, Cooper Eamon. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Jake Weideman. We have another ice delay, so you know what that means. bit of a ice delay. Just talking to those on the webcast. Cooper Eamon from Nova Scotia, Jake Weideman from Alberta. And yes, Isabel Weideman and Jake Weideman are brother and sister. Cooper Eamon from Nova Scotia, Jake Weideman from Ontario. Eamon's opener in the 200 meters is 16.74. Weideman in at 17.50. Two elite speed skaters in Cooper Eamon and Jake Weideman. I've met both of these skaters over the years. They're upstanding young men. Jake Weideman works also at the Oval at the front desk. And I've gotten to know him a little bit as he is a good friend with my nephew Simon Coots. And so crossing the line first at 109.40 is Cooper Eamon with the season's best. Weideman crossed the line at 109.61. For Eamon with the season's best in this race. We now move to the 8th pairing, but we've got some more ice repair work to do. They're putting some slush down along with a trowel, making it smooth. Clearly the ice masters, or ice meisters I should say, are not happy with the current setup down there. They'll have an opportunity to really work on it when we do an ice prep, or rather an ice resurfacing. Looks like we're getting ready to go. Let me introduce these two amazing skaters in the 8th pairing. In the inside lane from Quebec, David Laroux. And also from Quebec in the outer lane, Hubert Marcotte. David Laroux and Hubert Marcotte from Quebec. 16:55 opener for Laroux. Marcotte 16:98. Laroux has the fastest PB of the two at 1:07.71. He has the fastest PB of all the racers today, so if history repeats itself, he should book in the fastest time today. Let's see how that works. Laroux will be wearing the white armband. They're wearing both Canadian skin suits, so Laroux with the white armband, Hubert Marcotte with the red armband. And Laroux will finish in the inside lane. Marcotte will be in the outside lane. And sometimes it's hard to distinguish the racers when they have the same color or design of skin suit. So here comes Laroux. As expected, should cross the line first. And he does so at a time of 1:08.31. He'll be happy with that time, as that's a season's best time for him. Or Marcotte in at 1:09.80. 1:08.31 for Laroux, season's best. 1:09.8 for Marcotte. In this next pairing, we have one skater only in the inside lane from Alberta, Zachary Lacroix. Okay, I've said, if I haven't said it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. It's hard to race a Olympic-style race, two skaters on the ice when there's only one, so you got to dig a little deeper. It does help that if you're in the oval here today, you give Zachary Lacroix lots of encouragement. He's a fast skater. 17:31 is his opening 200 meters. And there goes the bell lap. Give him a cheer down the straightaway, will ya? 111.93 is his personal best. Always good to have another skater on the ice pushing you. You want that skater to go as fast as possible, and you also want to beat them. That means you're pushing each other to the limit. At the end of the day, you're competing against a clock. It's the time. And speaking of time, Zachary Lacroix crosses the finish line at 112.70. 112.70. In the 10th pairing, in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Marc-Andre Doyon. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Jalen Doan. Let's check in the opening 200 meters. Doyon in at 17.18. That's the 9th fastest opener today. In the men's 1,000 meter, Doan in at 17.25. You can hear the cheering along the front straightaway from the Saskatchewan and Alberta supporters. And then you can see on the webcast the coaches with their abbreviated boards in terms of letting them know their lap time. Marc-Andre Doyon will finish his race in the inside and Doan on the outside. Very evenly matched racers. It looks like Doyon is going to cross the line first, but not by much at 1:10.91. And Doan in at 1:11.25. Gentlemen, personal best for both of you. Marc-Andre Doyon and Jalen Doan, congratulations. Excellent races. Personal bests for both of you. By a good margin as well. In the 11th pairing, in the inside lane, all the way from Sweden, David Carlingshoe. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Gregory Picard. I want to give a big shout out to our Swedish contingent as you're watching David Carlingshoe from Sweden. He crosses the 200 meter mark first at 17.58. Gregory Picard in at 18.16. Arvid Carlingshoe is David's brother. So brother coaching brother in from Sweden. I'm not sure of the exact numbers. There might be 3 men and 3 women from Sweden here, and they're here for this meet and also the oval finale. I had a chance to talk to Arvid, a delightful young man, and for those that are watching back home in Sweden, who can hear me speak in the oval but also on the webcast, you have tremendous young athletes and people representing your country, and so it's a delight to have them here in Canada. And I love their skin suits. You definitely know who's skating for Sweden in the blue and the yellow and the white. So here comes David Carlingshoe down the straightaway. The toe crosses the line, and he's going to do that at a time of 1:13.77, which is a season's best for David. 1:14 for Gregory Picard. and that is his 1,000 race. We now move to the 12th pairing in the inside lane. Another skater from Sweden, Adam Axelsson. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Yang Kun Zhao. Yang Kun Zhao is having a tremendous young career as a speed skater, 16.79, the sixth fastest time today. Yang Kun, I think, is in his first year of university here. And you look at Adam Axelsson catching the draft from Yang Kun Zhao. That was a very smart move. You don't see it that consistent for the full 100 meters. That was probably a good 70-meter catch of his draft. That may help him a little bit. Well, every little bit helps for the skater if they can catch a draft down the straightaway before they switch over lanes. The bell lap is gone. The final switch over and encouragement by their coaches. You can see Arvid Karlingshoe in the blue jacket encouraging Adam. Rounding the final turn, here comes Yang Kun Zhao and Adam. It's going to be very, very close. Yang Kun Zhao is going to cross the line first at a time of 1:12.11. He will be very happy with that, as that is a personal best. Adam Axelsson crosses the line at 1:12.50, and that is a season's best for Adam Axelsson. We now move to the 13th pairing of the first 22 pairings in the 1,000-meter men's race here. In the inner lane from Ontario, Chris Homestead. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Luca Wieman. 200-meter opener for Chris Homestead, 17.53. Luca Wieman in at 17.6. Okay, this race finished up very, very close indeed. Luca Wieman books in a time of 1:13.14. Luca's going to be happy with that time, as that's a personal best. Chris Homestead in at 1:13.49. 3/100ths of a second between those two, but both achieved personal bests. Chris Homestead, Luca Wieman, congratulations on new PBs. We now move to the 14th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Andre Rasmus. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Zachary Dupré. Opening 200 meter, Andre Erasmus at 17.65. Zachary Dupre at 17.74. Down the straightaway they go. Erasmus from Alberta. Dupre from Quebec. Rounding to the final corner. Here comes Dupre. He will cross the finish line first, and he does so at time of 1:13:33. He's going to be really happy with that time because Zachary, that is a personal best. Andre Erasmus at 1:15:43, and he's going to be happy with that time too. PBs all around in pairing number 14. Congratulations, gentlemen. In the 15th pairing, in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Daniel Pauly. And in the outer lane from the Netherlands, Bart Safinga. False start. We'll do it again. Maybe I'll just connect with those that are on the webcast. So if you're new to the world of speed skating, or if you're not, this will just be a refresher. The skaters are allowed one false start. The starter usually identifies who made the false start with a white flag or a red flag. And so I didn't know who false started here. If there is a second false start, no matter who false starts, even if it's not the skater that false started the first time, that skater is disqualified. So no skater wants to be DQ'd. No starter wants to DQ a skater for a false start, but those are the rules. We want him to start fair and square, still as a mouse, and here we go with the gun going off, and then, of course, the race gets started. Let me go back to live now in the oval. Daniel Pauly's 200 meters, 17.81. Bart Safinga in at 18.32. I think the rules were years ago that you were allowed two false starts, but they just changed that, and so they're just, bottom line, be still from the first time, and everything should be fine. So we're obviously well underway in this pairing, which is the 15th pairing. Daniel Pauly from Saskatchewan, Bart Safinga from the Netherlands. Here they come to finish off their 1,000 meters. So Pauly crosses the line at a time of 1:14.76. He'll be happy with that because that beats his personal best by 12/100ths of a second. Safinga in at 1:15.19, and that is his 1,000 meter time. We now move to the 16th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Jared Farquharson, and in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Bon Low. Jared Farquharson of Alberta. Bon Low of Saskatchewan. Bon Low's opening 200 meters is 17.88. Young man from Saskatchewan who's joined the Oval program here at the University of Calgary, Oval, of course, and Jared Farquharson at 17.9. That is his opener. These skaters are very evenly matched, as you would expect when they're paired up. Their personal bests are very, very close. Let's hope that they both best those times. Okay, crossing the line first is Bon Lo at a time of 1:13.69, which is a personal best for him. He'll be happy with that. And Jared Farquharson crosses the line at 1:15.28, just off his PB by 18/100ths of a second. Bon Lo, congratulations on a personal best. In the 17th pairing in the inside lane, from Quebec, William Lafrancois. And also from Quebec, taking the outer lane, Felix La Rochelle. A good clean start for the 17th pairing of 22 pairings before we have an ice resurfacing. We've got the Battle of Quebec, William Lafrancois, Felix La Rochelle. Very close indeed in terms of their 200-meter opener. La Rochelle in at 18:04, Lafrancois in at 18:09. Their personal bests are about a second and a half apart, so let's see how well they make out when their opening 200 meters is fairly close. There's 5 more pairings after this, and then we'll do an ice resurfacing, and then 22 pairings after that. Stick around for my interview with Mark Messer after the men's 1,000-meter race. That'll be held on the webcast only. So if you're watching the webcast, stick around, grab a coffee. You're going to learn more about ice, and I'm not talking about ice on the rocks, James Bond style. I'm talking about speed skating ice. Felix La Rochelle crosses the line first at a time of 1:14.95. He'll be happy with that time. That is a personal best. William Lafrancois crosses the line at 1:15.95, and that's also a personal best. William, Felix, congratulations. We now move to the 18th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Matthew Medlicott. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Keegan Waddington. Okay, the opening times are very close. Keegan Waddington in at 18.47. Matthew Medlicott in at 18.82. The skin suits are very similar in color. I don't think they're exact, but that's why they have armbands on, so it helps for me anyway to know who the skater is. The inside skater, they start on the inside, carries a white armband, and that's Matthew Medlicott, and he's in the outside right now if you're looking on the screen, but he'll finish on the inside. And the red armband is for the outside skater. So that's how you can distinguish the difference between the two other than the skin suits. So in this case, I'm going to use the armbands. So Waddington has got a considerable lead off Medlicott. It looks like he's going to finish the race first. And he crosses the line at a time of 1:15.81, just off his PB, and Matthew Medlicott at 1:18. We now move to the 19th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Fergus English. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Antoine Hamel. Fergus English from Saskatchewan and Antoine Hamel from Quebec. Hamel's opening 200 meters is at 17.93. English in at 18.64. Down the straightaway they go. One of the key strategies that is smart, if at all possible, is for the skater who is trailing down the backstretch to catch the draft of the skater in front. So usually the skater that comes out of the inside lane will lead the way, and if you can be a few meters back and catch the draft, that actually will help a couple hundredths of a second. Fergus English from Saskatchewan, Antoine Hamel in from Quebec. About 3/4 of a second separate their personal best. Let's see how we finish up. Antoine Hamel is going to cross the line first. You see his red armband on there. He does so at a time of 1:14.08. He'll be happy with that time. That is a personal best. And Fergus English does the same thing, 1:16.4. Fergus English, Antoine Hamel, congratulations. Personal best for you boys. We now move to the 20th pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Ryan Kulbacki. And in the outer lane, our third male speed skater from Sweden, Oscar Nielsen. Okay, these skaters look very evenly matched. Oscar Nielsen from Sweden, 18.38 is his opener. Ryan Kulbacki at 18.55 for his 200-meter time he books in. You got Will Dutton coaching Ryan Kulbacki, encouraging them down the straightaway, and Arvid Carlingshoe, the English version, I would say, in pronouncing Carlingshoe, is coaching Oscar Nielsen. And the bell lap goes off. These skaters look very evenly matched. Let's see how they do as they enter the final 300 meters of the race. Down the backstretch they go, giving them encouragement. I wonder at the end of 3 days if the coaches lose their voices from yelling and coaching too much. Here comes Kulbacki. He'll cross the line first. Looking very, very strong. Short track is featured 1:16.15 for Kulbacki. That is a personal best. Oscar Nielsen at 1:18.37. 1:16.15 for Ryan Kulbacki. Congratulations, Ryan. Personal best. We now move to the 21st pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Max Poulin. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Liam Dallaire. Max Poulin in for a 200-meter opener at 17.91. Max had a 5-second best on his 1,500 meters. He's been skating in short track a lot. obviously helping his long track. Liam Dallaire, opener 19.1 seconds. Poulin's having a very good meet so far. And the bell lap has gone on. We got Poulin from Alberta, Dallaire from Saskatchewan. A prairie battle on the ice right now in pairing number 21. Poulin versus Dallaire. Poulin down the straightaway will finish off in the inside lane with the white armband. Rounding the corner, out the exit. Here he comes into the finish line. The tip of the skate will cross the line right now, and does so at a time of 1:11.96. 1:11.96. His personal best, believe it or not, was 1:17.12. Max Poulin, congratulations. 1:17.82 for Liam Dallaire, just off his PB. Poulin blows his personal best right out of the water at a 1:11.96. Well done, Max. Our final pairing before ice resurfacing in the inside lane from Alberta, Caleb Jacobson. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Adam Buchwald. Okay, we're now in the 22nd pairing, and it's Caleb Jacobson and Adam Buchwald. The Jacobson's opening 200 meters is 18.1 seconds. Adam Buchwald, 18.62. In a moment, we might get me on the screen here, and if you're watching on the webcast, here I am. Hi, everybody who is in webcast land. Oh. Okay, not a timely thing to do at the moment, because we want you to see the race in its entirety. Okay, the bell lap has gone off. We got Adam Buchwald in that beautiful gold outfit, Caleb Jacobson in the Canadian outfit, or I guess the orange and black outfit. It looks like Adam has come from behind here, and it looks like it will be a close finish. Their personal bests are very close. Here comes Buchwald in the outer lane, the lane he started in. Here comes Jacobson. It's going to be very close, but Buchwald will have the tip of his skate crossover first at 1:16.69. That is a personal best for Adam Buchwald. Jacobson in at 1:17.54, and he also gets a personal best by 11/100ths of a second. Caleb Jacobson, Adam Buchwald, personal bests. Congratulations. So there you have it on the screen, the top 8 times. You can see him on the screen inside the northwest corner of the oval. The top 3 times. David LaRue in. Congratulations, David, at 1:08.31. Frank Roth at 1:09.28. And Christopher Fiola at 1:09.39. Well done. So we're going to come back at 11:35. I'm going to turn. It's 11:19 right now. So what is that? Is that 16 minutes? 17 minutes? Did I get that right? We're going to do an ice resurfacing and basically get started. So I'm going to say hi to everybody in webcast land. My name's Greg Bieber. I'm a speed skating dad, just helping out in the announcing and commentating, and I hope you're enjoying watching your loved ones skate, your family and friends. We just finished the 1,000 meter, 22 pairings of it, and we have 22 more pairings, and then we have an ice resurfacing, a lunch break. I got an interview with Mark Messer, the Ice Meister of the world, and also James Monson a little bit later. So we're going to talk about ice and equipment and the women's 3,000 meters and the men's 5,000 meters. That's coming up this afternoon. So, Dustin, I'm good there for them watching me. And behind me, of course, this is the timing deck where it all happens to organize for the races here. The Grand Prix, the Canadian Junior Championships, and the Canada Cup 3. I'm correcting myself, or I've been corrected. 3 meets all squashed together in one in this 3-day event. We'll talk to you at 11:35 in basically 15 minutes time. 11:33. We start the show again at 11:35. We're coming back with a 1,000 meter men's race. More pairings. There's 43 pairings in total. We'll start with the 23rd pairing here. This is the 2-minute warning. I will introduce the first two skaters, then go quiet and let the starters take it from here. In the 23rd pairing, in the inside lane from Quebec, Émile Huard. And in the outer lane, also from Quebec, Raphaël Azri. Good luck, gentlemen. Okay, we're about to start the races. If you've just joined the webcast, you're about to see the skaters on the start line, and here we go. So you're gonna see Émile Huard from Quebec on the left, and on the right, you're gonna see Raphaël Azri. Now, the skin suits I think they look identical, actually. Yeah, they look identical to me. And so how you distinguish the difference between the two is the white armband and the red armband. White is Émile, red is Raphaël. They will start and finish in the inside and outside. The lane they start in is the lane they'll finish in. The lane they will finish in. Okay, we've got the opening 200 meters in, but we won't have those times. So we won't have the opening 200 meter times. We just have a technical difficulty, but we'll definitely have a photo finish time, and I'll let you know the times once the race is complete. Émile Huard and Raphaël Azri. So if you're watching on the screen, you actually won't see their times. Again, we have a technical difficulty. We'll straighten that out for the next race, but I will give you the final time. So all I can do is call the play-by-play based on the positioning they have. And they both have crossed the line. Their personal bests are around the 117, 118. We don't have a time for them just yet. We will let them know. Okay, we have the times for that race. Again, we just had a minor technical difficulty, easily fixable. But with Émile Huard, he completed his 1,000 meter race in a time of 1:14.63, and that is a 3-second difference from his now old personal best. So congratulations, Émile, for a new PB. Raphaël Azri, also from Quebec, has a 4-second difference from his old personal best. So what you have at 1:15.64. So Émile Huard, Raphaël Azri, personal bests for you two gentlemen. Congratulations. So that would make 20 so far personal bests today in the 1,000 meters of 23 pairings. We have 20 personal bests, and we have 2 season's bests. We're just working on the technical aspect right now before we go to Daniel Hall and Ben Rutledge. Okay, I think we're good to go. I heard the referee, the starter whistle, so let me introduce these next two skaters. In the 24th pairing in the 1,000 meter men's race here at the Oval Grand Prix in the inside lane from Alberta, Daniel Hall. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Ben Rutledge. Okay, system is up and running. Daniel Hall in first at 200 meters, 18.92. Ben Rutledge at 19.23. Very evenly matched skaters. Rutledge, a former hockey player, transfer athlete in the province of Manitoba. Daniel Hall, part of an elite family of speed skaters out here in Alberta. The bell lap has gone. Down the straightaway they go, crossing over. Rutledge will finish in the outer lane, the very lane he started in. Hall looks like he's got an edge coming from the inside lane. It's going to be close. Going to be very, very close. Hall crosses the line first at 1:16.76. He'll be happy with that time. That is a personal best. And Rutledge crosses the line at 1:17.08, and that is also another personal best. Let them rain down from the sky here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. In the 25th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Sebastian Champagne. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Oscar Stack Mikashu. You are watching the 25th pairing of 44 pairings in the men's 1,000 meters. Sebastian Champagne with an opening 200 meters at 17.79. Oscar Stack Mikashu at 19.37. Bell lap has gone off. Sebastian Champagne is a skater that has skated short track for years. He's going to cross the line first. Here comes Sebastian Champagne. He crosses the line at a time of 1:13.70. We'll give them that as a personal best. And Oscar Stack Mikashu at a time of 1:19.15. And that will be a personal best for Oscar. So Oscar, Sebastian, PBs all around. We now move to the 26th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, William Boissonneau. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Brock Gilbert. two very evenly matched skaters. Brock Gilbert's opening 200 meters is at 19.35. Boissonneau in at 19.65.
Boissonneau in the white armband, Gilbert in the red armband as they make the second final corner down the straightaway. One of the Quebec coaches, I met a number of them, Monsi Boade, Sabrina Lapointe, Sébastien Bouillot, and Marc-André Pourel-Michal. That looks like that's Marc-André as the coach here. Here comes Boissonneau. He's going to cross the line first, and he does so at a time of 1:19.21 for a personal best. Brock Gilbert at a time of 1:19.79, and that is a personal best as well. We now move to the 27th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Ethan Demel. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Cameron Thomas. Opening time for Demel, 19.27. Cameron Thomas, 19.89. Ethan Demel, Cameron Thomas, 27th pairing. Here comes Ethan Demel. The tip of his skate is going to cross the line first and does so at a time of 1:18.19. Cameron Thomas at 1:21.05. Both of these skaters achieved a personal best. What is it? Personal best is raining down. Everybody had their Wheaties for breakfast. Ethan and Cameron, congratulations. In the 28th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Ian Dwyer. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Liam McKeag. We got Ian Dwyer from Alberta and Liam McKeag from Saskatchewan. Liam McKeag's opening 200 meters, 18.97. Dwyer, 19.67. McKeag getting a good draft off Dwyer on that back straightaway. If you can have the opportunity to do so, it will help make that race that much easier. They've got the bell lap. Here we go. 400 meters, everything they got in the tank. Finished strong. I'm predicting personal best for these two gentlemen as well. Tim Comfort, the coach for Saskatchewan, continues to encourage Liam McKeag on. And McKeag rounding the final corner first, and does so with 10 meters to go. And he crosses the line with a time of 1:21.22, and Dwyer 1:23.41. Liam McKeag has a personal best with his 1:21.22, and that is a season's best for Ian Dwyer. We now move to the 29th pairing in the 1,000 meter men's race in the inside lane from Ontario, Joshua Sutherland. And from Alberta, starting in the outside lane, Bob Irvin. Joshua Sutherland, Bob Irvin. Sutherland crossing the 200 meter mark first at a time of 19.72. Bob Irvin, the father of Kaylin Irvin, national long track sprinter for the Canadian women's long track speed skating team. That is the father. You see a number of fathers who are out skating. I saw Oliver Batt. I know Chris Beeman sometimes skates. And there's a couple others that I can't think of just at this point in time. Joshua Sutherland is going to cross the line first, and he does so at a time of 1:20.91. He should be very happy with that time because that is a personal best. 1:26.96 for Bob Irvin. Bob, you'll be happy with that time. That is a season's best for you. Congratulations, Joshua, and congratulations, Bob. In the 30th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Stefan Lee. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Max Williams. Opening 200 meters, Stefan Lee at an 18.79 clip. Max Williams in a 19.96 clip. Both of their personal bests are just over 124. I expect them to fall if all goes according to plan. Plans can change, but let's hope it goes according to plan. Ontario, Stefan Lee on the ice, and Saskatchewan's Max Williams on the ice. They both now have the bell lap. Stick around after the men's 1,000 meters as I have an interview with Mark Messer, the Ice Meister of Canada, of Calgary, and I dare say the speed skating world. We're going to find out how he makes ice, why they're so good at it, why it's important to have such good ice for speed skaters, and a whole bunch more about his career. Stefan Lee, Max Williams. Stefan Lee crosses the line at 1:20.22. That is definitely a personal best for him. Max Williams at 1:23.23, and that's a personal best for him. Lots of happy kids today achieving their personal bests. We now move to the 31st pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Amy Parot. In the outer lane from Alberta, Braden Kremenek. The opening 200 meters for Braden Kremenick is 19.35, 19.99 for Amy Perot. This is the 31st pairing of 43 pairings. They go by fairly quickly. About a minute 25, minute 20, depending on the skill, the speed level of the skater itself. But they go fairly quickly, and in a well-run meet, they run like clockwork. You better be on time for your start of your race, or you'll miss it. So finishing the race, Amy Perot at 1:18.04 and Braden Kremenick 1:22.77. These guys are knocking their personal bests right out of the park. Amy Perot, Braden Kremenick, congratulations on PBs. We now move to the 32nd pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Kayla Makowski. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Jonathan McIntosh. Caleb Makowski, Jonathan McIntosh. McIntosh opening 200, 19.37. Makowski in a 19.68. Down the back stretch, the Makowski and McIntosh go. Makowski is from Saskatchewan, so it's very easy to determine which skater he is. He's got the Saskatchewan colors, the green and the black. And Alberta, of course, is the blue. So Jonathan McIntosh crosses the line at 1:23.38. And Makowski at 1:24.73. So that is a personal best for Makowski. I have to do a little homework on McIntosh's time. But personal best for Caleb Makowski, congratulations. We now move to the 33rd pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Oliver Bath. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Scott Taylor. Scott Taylor with an opener 2:20.81. Oliver Bath 21.46. Yeah, in the previous pairing, Jonathan McIntosh did not have a time. So that time will be a personal best for him as well. So Makowski and McIntosh, congratulations on your PBs. We got Oliver Bath and Scott Taylor on the ice right now. The Battle of Alberta versus Ontario. Okay, crossing the finish line first is Scott Taylor at a time of 1:27.80, and Oliver Bath at a time of 1:32.52. We now move to the 34th pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Benjamin Conwicki, and in the outer lane from Quebec, Joseph Perreault. If you're watching on the webcast, the footage is absolutely crystal clear. It's beautiful ice. What you see in terms of the footage on the ice, it's so smooth and fast today. Lots of personal bests going down. Conwicki's first 200, I should say, is 20.34. Perreault in at 20.48. I was saying this yesterday to anybody that would listen, that speed skating is a sport that it's very hard to appreciate just how quickly these skaters go from a camera, or even if you're in the stands. But when you're down at ice level, you sure can appreciate how fast they go. And later in the day, probably the 3,000 or 5,000, I'll tell you how I came to be introduced to the sport of speed skating, and that involves a story involving the legendary Mike Ireland. Crossing the line first in this pairing is Benjamin Conwicki with a time of 1:23.76. That is a personal best. Joseph Perreault I don't have a time for. That means that what he has here, I believe, is a personal best. 1:25.35. Benjamin Conwicki, Joseph Perreault, congratulations. We now move to the 35th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Zachary Edelman, and in the outer lane from British Columbia, Matthew Mitchell. Opening 200 meters for Zachary Edelman, 19.17. Mitchell in at 19.46. So when we complete the 1,000 meter men's races, we're going to have a break. Well, you'll have a break. I'm not going to have a break. Mark Messer, the ice operations manager. I've been wanting to interview him for 3 years. And we'll learn a ton about the ice in the few minutes that we have together. James Monson, later in the day, somewhere between 1 and 2, perhaps maybe even during the races of the 3,000. Although it is the quads, it will be a busy time. And then we'll have, the 3,000 meter women's races, and then the 5,000 meter men's as well. Matthew Mitchell crosses the line first at 1:21.90. Edelman in at 1:22.80. You can put your hands together for these kids because more personal bests. Zachary and Matthew, congratulations. You created new personal bests for yourself, and you said goodbye to the old ones. In the 36th pairing in the inside lane, from the land down under, Australia, Robert Black. And in the outer lane, from Nova Scotia, Garrison Woodford.
Let's take a look at the opening time. Garrison Woodford with an opening 200 meters at 20.62. Robert Blacken at 22.33. Robert Block and Garrison Woodford are on the ice right now. Woodford is going to cross the line first, and he does so with a time of 1:26.07, beating his personal best by a long shot. Congratulations, Garrison. Robert Block at 1:29.98, well off his personal best. Robert, that is a season's best for you. Congratulations. The 37th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Riley Vandenberg. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Mitchell Wessling.
So this is just for those that are on the webcast. You'll see the two skaters. It looks like the skin suits are absolutely identical. So you've probably heard me say this before, but each skater has an armband. They're responsible for the orange armbands now, and the inside skater carries a white armband. That would be Riley Vandenberg and Mitchell Wessling in this case, whereas the red armband, and that is the outer lane. They start in the, whatever lane they start in the 1,000, that's what they finish in. So they come down the front stretch for their first 200, well, I'll do the 200 meter check in a moment, but you can't tell the difference. So you got to look at the armband. Look at the right arm of the skaters.
The 200 meters, Riley Vandenberg opening time 20.62. Mitchell Wessling in at 20.88. These races look like they're going to be almost identical. Boy, they're about three-tenths of a second apart. Riley Vandenberg crosses the line at a time of 1:26.57. PB for him. Mitchell Wessling, 1:26.82. PB for him. PB, you guys. Riley Mitchell, congratulations. Well done. We now look to the 38th pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Eric Kulbacki. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Matthew Freitag. This is the 38th pairing of 43 pairings. Matthew Freitag with an opener, 18.68. Kulbacki in at 20.05. You can see on the back stretch that the skaters are getting encouraged. There's Will Dutton, coach for Speed Skating Manitoba, encouraging Eric Kulbacki. I have a feeling it's been a long time since these skaters have raced this race. Matthew Freitag comes in at a 1:18.96. His PB was 1:32, so I'm not sure exactly why such a gap there, but that's just amazing. So Matthew Freitag with a personal best. Eric Kulbacki crosses the line at a time of 1:27.26, and he gets a personal best by over 2 seconds. So Eric Kulbacki, Matthew Freitag, congratulations. We now move to the 39th pairing. A couple of masters heading to the start line. I see one skater so far. Are we only having one? In the inside lane, we have two. In the inside lane from Romania, Octavian Moga. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Kunio Tsusahara. Octavian Moga opening 200 meters is 22.45. Kunio Tsusahara in at 26.53. Couple of master skaters on the ice right now. Octavian Moga from Romania and Kunio Tsusahara from Alberta. They have personal bests and season's bests. Here comes Moga. He's going to cross the line, and he does so at a time of 1:34.30. Well off his personal best, but Octavian, you got a season's best there. Kunio is still on the ice. Here he comes. His personal best is just over 2 minutes. If he doesn't achieve this, he should get a season's best. And give this man a big round of applause. That, Kunio, is a personal best for you. Congratulations. An exhausted race, well done. We now move to pairing number 40 in the inside lane from Alberta, Ron Johnston. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Jaden Taschuk. In the opening time, Jaden Taschuk, 19.7 seconds. Ron Johnston, 24.29 seconds. Here comes Jaden Taschuk. He's got no time in terms of 1,000 meters, so this will be his personal best. So he'll cross the line at a time of 1:25.27, and a little encouragement for our 82-year-old racer, Ron Johnston. Ladies and gentlemen, Ron Johnston, 82 years old. 82 years old. That man deserves an applause. 1:46 and change, Ron, for your time. 1:46 and change. We now move to the 41st pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Austin McGregor. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Daniel Revy. Daniel Revy's opening time 20.5. Austin McGregor at 20.23. This is the 41st pairing of 43 pairings here in the 1,000 meters. After this, stick around. Mark Messer, the operations manager, the ice and facility specialist at the University of Calgary. I get the pleasure of interviewing him. It's been 3 years I've been wanting to do this, and now I got an opportunity to learn about why he's so good and his team at creating smooth, fast ice. Actually, the fastest ice in the world, right here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. On the ice, you're watching Austin McGregor and Daniel Revy. Austin is from British Columbia, or representing British Columbia, and Daniel Revy representing Alberta. And this race is over. Austin McGregor at 1:27.60. So he's going to have a new personal best. Austin, say goodbye to your old one. You weren't even close. And Daniel Revy, that is his first time doing the 1,000 officially. There's your personal best, Daniel. In the 42nd and second last pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Colin Ferguson. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Mason Floriant. The opening at 200 meters, Mason Floriant 18.61, Colin Ferguson 20.35. Colin Ferguson and Mason Floriant on the ice right now. This is the second last pairing of the men's 1,000 meters. Here comes Floriant. Mason's going to cross the line, and he does so at a time of 1:21.61. He'll be happy with that time. He best his personal best by 3.5 seconds. Colin Ferguson at a time of 1:28 42, and he'll be real happy with that time because that's 15 seconds off his personal best. I don't know where these skaters were these past few years. Oh, yes, let me guess. It's a pandemic. And so huge gaps in old personal bests and new personal bests. Our final pairing of the day in the 1,000 meters here at the Oval Grand Prix Canada Cup and Canadian Junior Championships. One skater, his first time for the 1,000 in the inside lane from Alberta. Give it up for Troy Davidson. Troy Davidson in his first 200 meters at 21.92. He gets the bell lap. Let's give this Troy Davidson a big round as he needs the encouragement. There's only one skater out there, and any speed skater knows that when they're skating by themselves, it's far different than when you have another skater on the ice. Troy Davidson finishing off in the inside lane, the very lane where he started. Rounding the exit, 5-10 meters to go, crossing the line, and he does so at a time of 1:37 even. 1:37 even. Troy Davidson, there's your brand new personal best to work from. So, the 1,000 meter men's races, you can see him on the screen in the northwest corner on the screen. David Leroux, 108.31. Frank Roth, 109.28. Christopher Fiola, 109.39. Fast skaters, along with Cooper Eamon, Jake Weideman, Hubert Marcotte, Anders Johnson, and Guillaume Labbé. What a great set of races, the men's 1,000 meters. That completes this. We now are going to leave the ice open for warm-ups for the ladies and perhaps even the men's 5,000 at 12:45. Skaters at 12:45. The Zambonis will come on the ice, 12:45. So you've got 18 minutes to have a warm-up. Or 21 minutes. And hopefully we'll get Mark Messier here in about 6 minutes live on the webcast. Until then, we'll have a full start at restart at 1:05. Restart at 1:05 for the women's 3,000 meters. Okay, correction on the timing. We're going to do a restart at 1:10. 1:10. The Zamboni's still coming on the ice at 12:45, so that gives you 19 minutes, everyone, to warm up for the women's 3,000 meters. Okay, we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Well, hi, for those that are watching on the webcast, here's where we're at for the day. The time right now is 12:31 Alberta time. We just finished the men's and women's 1,000 meter races. We now have a break. The women's 3,000 meter races will start at 1:10. And the men's will be after that, and we have a number of quartets for that. Between now and then, there's warm-up for the women's, lunch for all the officials, and then we'll have the ice resurfacing done to make it world-class, which is a great segue into the interview I want to have with this gentleman right here. This is Mark Messer. And Mark, if you look right into that into that legend, you don't have to look into it at all. And when you talk, you have to press this number, this button down here. So when it's green, that means you're live. So Mark, first of all, thank you for taking the time out. You are okay, I don't know if you planned this when you were in grade 6, but you've turned out to be a legend in terms of making ice. Maybe can you give us something? I want to, in the short time that we have together, I want to kind of walk through the journey of how you ended up at this level. So how did you get into ice making in the first place? Can you start us there, please?
Yeah, sure. I was originally trained as a mechanic when I got out of high school. I went into technical school as a heavy-duty mechanic. I worked that way for a few years. I got my license, and then a few years, and then we kind of had a big crash in Alberta back in the 80s. When the economy went down and all the construction went down, then a lot of the jobs for mechanics went down too. So I started working down at the Calgary Exhibition Stampede, just as a casual mechanic down there, and then started working after a couple of years there. I got caught on with the Olympic Saddle Dome. So the Saddle Dome was built for the Flames and for the games for 88. Started down there in 83, did that for about 4 years, and then they were building the oval for up here. We kind of got recruited, myself and Cam McLeod from who's down there too.
And who's still with you today?
Yeah, Cam still works here right now, the same. He's been here the same time as I have. And we started making ice up here in 87 and been going ever since.
Did you know how to make ice from the start, or is this all self-taught?
Yeah, I wouldn't say a lot of it's self-taught. We learned a little bit, Cam and myself, he was in the corral, I was in the Saddle Dome, so we learned a little bit of ice making there. Whole different ballgame when he came here, so we had to kind of learn the craft here as far as speed skating. It's different. It's a lot more attention to detail. We've got to have the perfect ice because the skaters will feel it if it's not. It's not like the hockey where you get it as good as you can, but this has got to have a little bit more fine-tuning, a little bit more environmental issues or factors, and it's just got to be the perfect finish and clean.
Okay, so the oval is going to turn the Calgary Olympic Oval is going to turn 35 years old this September. And in the years from when you started making ice for this facility, you have been all over the world. Was Beijing, I believe, your 6th Olympics or your 7th?
That's my 6th, I think, yeah. But it's 8th one that we've been involved in as far as the building. We also helped train people for Nagano. I was over in Hammer before the Lillehammer Games, worked with them a little bit there, but not there for the games themselves.
Okay, so you evolved, or I guess on some level you could say you didn't plan to be in this business, but you stumbled into it, and here you now are considered an ice meister, right? Meister, on which your knowledge has been exported all over the world for speed skating. So why don't we talk about, first of all, the steps and how do you make good ice from scratch? Because underneath this 1 or 1.5 inch ice surface is a cement pad, yes? So what's underneath that cement pad?
Well, the ice making itself starts with a clean concrete floor. So we basically got a concrete floor, and what we do is we circulate salt water through pipes.
Which is inside the concrete?
Yes, the pipes are embedded in the concrete, about an inch below the surface. And we have a brine solution, salt water, that we chill down to different temperatures. We usually run at about minus 14 Celsius. And that goes through the pipes, and it makes the concrete cold. And once the concrete's cold, then we start putting water onto the ice, or water onto the concrete, and it freezes.
Okay, you have 400 meters of track, 13 meters width-wise. You have to make that surface completely even from edge to edge. Is that challenging?
No, that part's not challenging. We run the same brine through the same system, so it's all the temperature is fairly consistent throughout. But the bigger test for us, or the bigger challenge for us, is that when we have racing going on, the last pair of the 15th pair of the 1,000 goes, and we have a resurfacing, and the 16th pair of the 1,000 after the resurfacing has to have the same temperature. So that's where we have a challenge, is trying to get the temperature back to what it was before when we're using a resurfacer that's putting down 70 or 75 degree Celsius water. So it brings the temperature up. We got to get that temperature down as quick as possible.
So underneath that cement pad, at least initially, it's minus 14, but the ice surface temperature is somewhere, between minus 5 and minus 8?
Yeah, the solution that's going through the brine is at minus 14. Now it's in a plastic pipe, which is an insulator. It goes through the concrete. By the time it gets to the top of the concrete, we're usually a little bit warmer, probably about minus 9, minus 10 at the top of the concrete. And then, of course, the skaters are actually skating on the top of the ice. So we got another inch of ice. And depending on the quality of the ice and the quality of the water, that acts as an insulator too. So usually at the top, we're minus 7, minus 8.
So, and was I right when I said about an inch, inch and a half thick? Is it about 2.5 to 3 centimeters thick?
2.5. It's about an inch thick right now.
So how is it that you get that ice so white? If I did that in my own backyard, it wouldn't look like that. Why is it so white? Why does it sparkle? Why does it really stands out when you look at this ice surface? It's quite impressive.
Well, that's part of the ice making stuff. So what we do when we make the ice, we put down a couple layers of water, and then we paint the whole ice white. So it's the same as the NHL, any of the hockey games you go to, any of the other rinks. If you did ice straight onto concrete, it would look like black water, and then it would get a little bit whiter as you skated on it, but it would never be that nice white. So we put a little bit of water, we put the paint down, then we put all the markings down, and then we build the ice up from there.
Okay, so in terms of what makes ice so fast, this oval has been trademarked the fastest ice in the world. Now, if you look at the 24 long track records, 8 or 9 of them are still holding in Calgary. There is one Beijing, Nils van der Poel. That's outside the Salt Lake and the Calgary venues, and the rest are in Salt Lake City. What makes this ice so fast, or even Salt Lake City? I mean, I guess Salt Lake City probably has the elevation that helps them a little bit in terms of the racing, because some people tell me, well, the barometric pressure is a certain level and the ice will be slower, or it's a certain level and it'll be, it's raining outside, it'll be faster. It's sunny outside, it'll be slower. What are they talking about when the athletes should have a say in how fast it goes, because that's the training, the technique, but where does the ice come into play?
Well, for us, we only control the things we can. So the first thing is it's got to be clean. So it's got to be the cleanest ice around. If they're skating on dirt, they're losing an edge. And of course, then you got to resharpen. So that affects your times big time. And then we have to control everything else. So we control the environment. The building temperature has to be right. The humidity has to be right. Temperature of the concrete has to be right. Temperature on the surface has to be right. You get people in the building, it can affect the temperatures. If you turn on the big lights, that affects the temperature. So all those things, we have to juggle all those things to get them in the right place at the right time. The challenge we have now.
But who does that monitoring? Is it you? Is it Cam?
In the past, it's been me and Cam, and we've got a crew of people. So there's Luke that is taking over a lot of that stuff now and kind of monitoring those things. And it's a group effort for sure. None of this is done with one person. It's always a team effort that gets this stuff done. So,
if you were to build this oval today with new equipment, how different is the equipment today in making the ice than it was 35 years ago?
It's funny you should say that, because we're looking for money to be able to rebuild it. We're a 20-year-old building. We're supposed to have a 20-year lifespan for our slab.
Hold on, did you say a 20-year-old building or a 35-year-old building?
The slab was made to be a 20-year-old building, so everything in here was meant, the lifespan was supposed to be about 20 years. We're now in year 35, so we're looking for funds now to replace a lot of the refrigeration and actually replace our slab. So there's things that we could change for sure. There's new refrigerants out there. We use CO2 in Beijing. Unbelievable effects there. It may not be the do-all end-all, but there's a lot of things we can change to make it more efficient and make it more environmentally friendly too.
Maybe this is a bit of a hot topic, but I hear conversations about how old the oval is. It's aging, it needs work, it needs money. 35 years. It's a beautiful building. I know that the skaters that come in, it's grandiose, and especially for new skaters that walk in, and they love skating it. Does it have another 35 years in it?
Not the way it is, no. I mean, it's gonna have a finite lifespan if we don't get an injection of some stuff. And it's a testament to what we've done here so far. A 20-year-old building, or 20-year building, has lasted 35. So we've been doing lots of good stuff, and we've been keeping a lot of it up. But ultimately, I mean, concrete breaks down and things start to leak, and we need to do an injection now.
It would have been great if we had the Winter Olympics coming here, and because that would have been a great injection of capital to help out the current venues, to bring them, I'd say, more modern and more current with technology.
Yeah, it would have been a great thing. Absolutely. There was, unfortunately, I think the word didn't get out quite enough on the pluses. The minuses of having the games was well documented, but not the pluses so much. After living through the 88 games, I was here before 88, and I've seen what came of the city and what came of the venues and the athletes and the way the city's grown around what we did from the 88 games. So the benefits are far outnumber the fall backs, but it was tough to get that word out.
How much money do you need?
Well, we're looking for $45 million to start, and that will give us a whole new ice plant, resurface, a whole new surface for the rinks, some more infrastructure. Everything on the event floor would be redone. $45 million, and then we're looking for an additional probably $20 million to be able to expand the building and put in more weight rooms, more dressing rooms, that sort of thing for the athletes area.
Well, if anybody's listening out there on the webcast or knows somebody who's got $65 million to spend, it can be put to good use for just a beautiful sport. And, you know, unfortunately, we have a geopolitical risk happening on the planet right now with the invasion of Russia in Ukraine and what that's done to oil prices. And oil has been down for probably 10 to 12 years. And I'm in the investment business, so I obviously keep tabs on it more closely than most, but it's hard not to notice what's going on. And with oil prices rising, cash flows in Alberta are going to rise dramatically, and bottom lines are going to expand. So you might have an opportunity in Alberta, if not at the private level, at the government level. But that wasn't a road I was planning on going down. That's just an observation on my part, because it would be a shame for a beautiful facility like this to one day close down with so many memories, so many records, and it's really put Calgary on the map in another way.
Yeah, we've got a great international reputation. Skaters love coming here. It's not just, I mean, the skating part is part of it. We're always going to make sure we have the high quality ice, and they have opportunity to get on the ice, but we've got everything else around here. The university is one of the best things that happened for this oval is to be built on the university grounds, because the facilities around here, Mac Hall, the housing, the bike paths, everything else is everything that these athletes want in the summer when they come here. So it's been a really good fit. Other ovals in the world haven't really had that fit.
As a speed skating dad that's been coming out to Calgary now for probably 4 years on a regular basis, we really enjoy it out here. This is a beautiful campus and really supports athletes well. Let me do a switch on you, but I still want to stay on ice, of course, because you're an ice. Who coined the phrase Ice Meister, by the way? Who gave that to you? Any idea?
That's just a phrase that's been used forever for the person that's kind of responsible for the ice. It's either a Dutch or a German term mostly. It comes from Europe, and it's the ice master or whatever. It's just the person that's in charge.
So let's talk about ice repair. A skater falls, maybe their skate digs into the ice. We pause the races, or the races are paused, and a crew comes out. Walk us through what they do, because you see them with slush, a trowel, some kind of canister, air canister. Maybe can you talk a little bit about, and why repair it? I mean, it's an obvious question or an answer, but I just want to hear it from you.
Yeah, first of all, you got to repair it because the next guy might step in that same cut and take a fall. So there's different methods for patching, and there's different depending on what happens. If the guy digs a heel in and he leaves a rip, sometimes we can just fill it in with a water bottle. If they fall and put a heel down into it and take a divot out, then we use a slush, and it could be wet slush, could be dry slush, depending on the conditions. And then sometimes we'll have to use a CO2 fire extinguisher. So
yeah, it looks like a fire extinguisher. It's carbon. It's what,
carbon dioxide. So we just spray that on, and it's the same as
just freezes the ice right away.
Yeah, it'll bring the temperature down. The danger of CO2 is that it can take it down too far. It can get down to the ice could be down to minus 30 in a hurry, and then the next guy skates through and shatters it. So
it cracks it. So too cold is not good.
So we use it sparingly on the CO2. What we like to do is have the ice cold so that when we put the water or the slush in, it freezes anyway. But if we have to use the CO2, we can. Then we'll usually put a little bit of water on after just to bring the temperature back up.
Well, that's going to help me in terms of educating those viewers that are watching when we do pause for an ice repair. So the ice this weekend for the Grand Prix and the Canadian Juniors and the Canada Cup 3, how would you assess it? Is it fast, slow, just about right?
No, this is good. We got real good ice going here. You're seeing lots of PBs, but that's a lot of people that haven't skated indoors before, so
right.
We're expecting that, but this is a good tune-up. We'll do some more ice maintenance and some more work on the ice next week before our finale, but yeah, this is good quality ice. We tailor it a little bit more to the skaters that are here this week. So the skaters are much lighter. They're younger, they're lighter, so we have to change the temperatures a little bit to accommodate them, as opposed to if we had the World Championships.
I was just going to say the World Cup you had back in December. You made changes. You had a different ice for that. Was that faster ice?
It's fast. I mean,
definitely faster skaters.
It's up to the skaters to be fast. The ice isn't fast. We just trying to facilitate letting them have their best performance.
So let's have a little fun a little bit. You know, in the Olympics, I think it was in Salt Lake City, they embedded a loonie in the ice surface, in the hockey ice surface. There's rumors going around that you embedded a loonie in a speed skating ice surface at one point. Is that rumor true? And is there a loonie that I should be looking for in Calgary on the ice surface here?
No, there's no ice. There's no loonies in the ice here. Actually, in Vancouver, when we did the construction in Vancouver, we actually put a bunch of loonies into the slab. The city council in Vancouver, or in Richmond, wanted to do that, so they put some loonies in. There may or may not be one loonie in the ice in the slab in Beijing. We like to make it personalized.
But nobody's talking.
Yeah,
yes.
But we like to make it personalized. If we're gonna, when we make ice, we like to bring a little bit of home to it. So every games that we've been to, we do something to make it feel like home, and hopefully make it feel like home for the Canadian skaters too.
So that's okay. So that's about the ice. Let's talk about you for a moment. This career that you ended up evolving into has taken you to places all over the world, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been. I'm the most amazed. It's as I said, I trained as a mechanic, and obviously I'm not a mechanic anymore. I got into a different trade, but I never expected when I was 19 years old to be able to go all over the world, and the venues that I've been to, and the people I've met, and the people I've been able to interact with, and I take the learnings that we have from here to the other venues, but I also bring learnings back, and lately to be able to involve the rest of our team. So I had every one of our ice makers went to Korea at some point. Every one of them has pretty much gone to China at some point. So to be able to involve the rest of the team, and they come and they learn different things and different techniques we can use here, and so it's a nice exchange of information both ways.
Well, in case you've just joined us on the webcast, we're just going to finish up a conversation here with Mark Messer. I've actually wanted to talk to you for 3 years. I've wandered around the Oval looking for you, wondered what you look like. I read articles, I see pictures. Mark is the operations manager, ice and facility specialist for the University of Calgary, but really dedicated to the Oval, correct?
Yeah, my role's in the Oval. We act as a resource for kinesiology. We're a big part of kinesiology, and so we help out there. But yeah, we're dedicated to the Oval pretty much.
But exporting your specialty around the globe has also put University of Calgary campus on the map, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's one of the internationalizations we like for the University of Calgary, to be able to take the U of C name at other places and have other people get the exposure out there, and there's other people that come here from that.
So, have you ever tried speed skates? Have you ever tried them on? Have you ever skated?
Of course, yes. We Kathy Priestner was our first director here. And
yes.
She was
from Winnipeg. She's from Winnipeg.
Possibly. She was a medalist, and she was our first director, so we had opportunities right from the start to be able to go on out and experience speed skating. And the first time I speed skated, I think I made it about 50 meters. My shins were hurting so bad from skating hockey, and you got lots of support, and these were just like a moccasin with a blade on it. So I've done it. I'm not good at it. I'm not proud of my speed skating skills, that's for sure.
Yeah, but we're proud of a lot of the speed skaters that have come through this oval. In 35 years, you've seen young men and women grow, or young kids, young girls, young boys to grow up into tremendous young men and women, and see all kinds of accomplishments throughout the years. And one, for example, and I don't know if you know this is happening today, but we have an out-of-competition race with Will Dutton, who lost a bet amongst his friends, and will be racing the 5,000 meters. Octavia and Moga will be his pair, but he hasn't raced the 5,000 meters since 2008. But Will has had an illustrious career as a World Cup racer and a representing the Olympics in Sochi. So Will's just one example of many athletes that you've seen grow up and accomplish so much.
Oh, there's been innumerable people coming through here, and with. I mean, just the Canadians alone is an impressive list, and then we have all the internationals that have come here, and they're still. I see when I go other places, I see international skaters, and they still talk about their experiences at the Oval, and the sport manager in Beijing, hands down, her favorite place to go. There's so many that their history is based. A lot of their history and their memories are from the Calgary Oval, so we got to be very proud of that too.
Well, I hope the memories continue at this building, and I hope you stay as long as you want to stay. We're doing such a great job with the athletes. So you're behind the scenes. I know I read an interview where somebody said, I hope to see you on TV at the Olympics, and you responded by saying, I hope you don't see me at all, because if you do, then I'm out fixing ice problems, and I don't want ice problems.
No, and that's our role. Our role is to put down a surface. It's like a soccer game. You don't talk to the guy that puts the field out, but our job is to make this surface so that they can perform at the best. And I mean, the day of the races, it's all about the skaters. The best skater that day should be the winner, and we just want to make sure that we have no influence on who wins the race. It should be the same ice for everybody.
Do you know that there's a Zamboni song? Are you aware of that?
I wasn't until a couple hours ago I heard that song being played, yes.
Every time the Zamboni comes on, other than right now, I play the Zamboni song. It's a really cool song, and it's about nobody knows my name, but I'm doing the job. And but you also like Ice Ice Baby. I understand that's a song that you like. But there's a song from Tom Cochran, who comes from Flin Flon, Manitoba, my old stomping grounds. Well, Manitoba is my stomping grounds. I'm from Winnipeg. But Boy Inside the Man, is that one of your favorites?
Yeah, I like the Tom Cochran stuff, Red Rider. That was always a favorite. And yeah, there's some good songs there.
Well, I'm going to make sure I have those two songs in my repertoire in terms of playing. So, Mark Messer, thank you so much for taking the time. It's educated me a little bit more about ice. I wanted to see the man behind who leads the team, who led the charge. And I don't know how many more years are going to do this, but speed skating, I think, I'd like to think it's on the rise at the grassroots level. I know that kids these days are so wrapped up in their technology that sports, in terms of interest in sports, is on the decline, or at least it's much less than when you and I grew up, because we didn't have so many other choices. But I hope so many kids choose the sport of speed skating because it's such a beautiful sport to watch, and human beings seem to be infatuated with speed, and whether it be airplanes or cars or knives on boots.
Yeah, it's been a good ride for sure. 35 years, and it'll be 35 years in May. It's been good. I don't plan on turning it in, but at the same time, my role has changed where I should be more guiding than doing, and I have a hard time with that because I like to get my hands dirty. But you just got to remember that it's a team effort for this. Everybody in the building, everybody that works here, and even the skaters. So we've had in the past, and I think Will was one of the skaters that. We were talking with Will Dutton, and to watch, I was standing watching one day, and he went by and he picked up garbage off the track, and everybody's got a little piece of keeping the place clean and keeping the quality of the ice, and to see the skaters buying into it at the same time, because you get skaters that do and you get skaters that don't, so it's a team effort right from the start. Everybody that works here has got a little piece of the success we have with the ice.
Well, it takes a village to raise a kid, and an amateur sport is part of that village, and you're part of it in your own way, so I really appreciate it. So, ladies and gentlemen, those on the webcast, you 150 of you or so, I hope you've enjoyed Mark Messe. He's the operations manager, the ice and facility specialist for the University of Calgary, and it's a delight to have the opportunity to spend a few minutes with him, and I hope you enjoyed our conversation. Coming up, we're going to have James Monson. We're going to talk a little bit about equipment, because that's kind of important too, the equipment applying to the ice, especially top skates, for example. So, Mark, thanks so much, and enjoy the rest of the weekend. Thank you. All right, everybody.
We'll see you back at 12:10, or rather 1:10 Alberta time for the women's 3,000 meters. 1:06. We start the 3,000 meter women's races at 1:10 in 4 minutes time. 11 quartets coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Warning for the 1:10 start of the 3,000 meter women's race. It's the 2-minute warning. I'm going to introduce the 4 skaters and then let the starters take over. In the first of 11 quartets, in the first pairing, in the inside lane from British Columbia, Abigail McCluskey. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Alexa Scott. In the second pairing of the first quartet, in the inside lane from Alberta, Laura Hall. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Gabrielle Jelinek. Good luck, ladies, and the rest of the quartets in the 3,000 meter race for the women's. And we are off in the 3,000 meter women's races. This is a quartet with two pairings. In the opening pair in the inside lane, Abigail McCluskey from British Columbia with an opening time of 20.85. Alexa Scott at 20.47. This is 7.5 laps around a 400 meter oval. A Laura Hall opener 21.36. Gabrielle Jelinek at 21.05. They start in the far north, rather the southwest corner of, that's where both the 3,000 and the 5,000 meter race starts. Now, if you're sitting back and watching a fairly lengthy race like this, what you want to be focusing on is now the lap times. So McCluskey and Scott, lap times are around 32 seconds apiece, and that's how they will plan their race. They'll determine the race. You see Will Dutton in the backstretch there. He's helping out, coaching Abigail McCluskey and Alexa Scott, showing them that they're around 32 seconds apiece. Laura Hall with a 31.62 lap time. That's excellent. And Gabrielle Jelinek at 32.47. The key is to hold that lap time as low as possible. At some point, the lap time is going to increase because it's just too tiring to keep up at that pace. 3,000 meters. Okay, take a look at the lap times. They're fairly consistent with all the racers. McCluskey and Scott in the 32 range. Gabrielle Jelinek is over the 33 range. Again, the key is to keep those lap times as low as possible, and that's hard. You'll see a 2 and 8 and a 2 and 9. And what that means is it's assumed that the racer knows that that's a 3 in front of it. So you've got two numbers, 32.8, 32.9, and that's the coaches telling the athletes what their time is. So 32.6 is what is being communicated to Laura Hall. For a young junior skater, skating basically I think among neo seniors, she's holding in there extremely well. So we're going to see some low times today here, hopefully. Abigail McCluskey is a veteran speed skater on the national women's team, and Alexa Scott is also, and she's from Manitoba. She represented our country in the Olympics in the 1,000 meters and as an alternate in the team pursuit. I'm hoping to interview her a little bit later this weekend. And there is the bell lap for Abigail McCluskey and Alexa Scott. McCluskey's personal best is 4:03, just over 4:03. Alexa Scott is 4:08. Some of the finest young skaters in the country in the women's category on the ice right now. Here comes Scott and McCluskey, no question. They're exhausted. Alexa Scott cross line at 4:12.65. Abigail McCluskey at 4:13.68. Laura Hall looks like she's got an exceptional race going here with the lap times I saw. She crosses the line at 4:12.23, and she'll be happy with that time because that's a personal best for Laura Hall. Gabrielle Jelinek crosses the line at 4:18.82. And that is her 3,000 meter race. Let me take a moment now to introduce the next four skaters. In the second quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Allison Demaray. In the outer lane from Germany, Moira Josh. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Anna Bourgeois. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Roseanne Drenier.
All right, the opening at 200 meters for Myra Jash, 20.76. Demaray, 20.94. Lots going on the ice right now. There are 4 skaters. We call that a quartet. And we do that because there's so many skaters. And if we didn't do it this way, we'd be here till midnight tonight. Anna Bourgeois opening 200 meters, 21.62. Roseanne Grenier, 21.54. These are generally 4 to 4.5 minute races. So sit back, grab a coffee, relax, and if you're a speed skating connoisseur, you'll want to look and monitor the lap times. Those are what the coaches plan the races with the skaters, and what you want is the lap times as low as possible, as long as possible, and that gets you to where you want to go. And obviously, the more fitter you are, the better technique, the easier it is to hold lap times. I called a race between Tanya Bloman and Graham Fish, and their lap times for 5 and 10,000 meters was in the 27 to 28 range, 29. And that is exceptional. I mean, these kids are in amazing condition. So, Allison Demaray, Moira Jash. Greg Plenert tells me that Moira Jash's dad is her coach, but he also coaches the German Olympic team as well. So welcome Ira and the Jash family, or if you're watching back home, it's about 1:18 Calgary time. Back in Germany, it's probably in the evening, around 8 or 9 in the evening. So hello and welcome. A 3,000 meter race, 7 1/2 laps around the oval. Lap times will increase as the skaters continue on through the race. You can see down the backstretch, all 4 coaches are there, from 4 coaches from 3 different provinces and 1 different country. So the key to any race, of course, is technique, but you want to be able to hold your technique, stay low, keep your body as quiet as possible, and push out from the side as opposed to back. Very little rocking, if any. And it gets harder and harder. You can see as they come down the front straightaway, they're almost creating the letter S all the way through. Look at that beautiful ice. If you missed it, it was a great interview with Mark Messer, and I learned a little bit about how to create ice, how to fix ice, and his journey into the business himself. So on the ice right now, Allison Demaray from BC, Myra Jash from Germany, Anna Bourgeois from Alberta, and Roseanne Grenier from the province of Quebec. And there goes the bell lap for Allison Demaray and Moira Jash. Myra is in the red armband. So if you start in the inside lane, you'll finish in the outer. If you start in the outer, you'll finish in the inner. So down the straightaway they go. Allison Demaray and Moira Jash, they're going to battle it out. Allison Demaray crosses the line at a time of 4:16.82. She'll be happy with that. That's a personal best. Jash in at 4:17.05. That's a personal best. Crossing the line right now is Roseanne Grenier. 4:14.78. She obliterates her personal best. And Anna Bourgeois at 4:17.87. She crushes her personal best. There's a personal best victory on that quartet, number 2. Congratulations, ladies. We now move to the third quartet, and in the first pairing in the inside lane, where she'll start from Ontario, Claire Mallard. In the outer lane from Alberta, Victoria Gopelin. In the second pairing of that quartet from Quebec, Laurie Caille. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Kirsten Hagen.
And we're off and running. Claire Mallard's opening 200 meters, 22.16. Victoria Goplan at 21.32. So the racers are started in the corner. They do the first 200 meters, and then after that, it's 7 laps. After that, Lori Kaye at 21.88, and Kirsten Hagen in at 22.49. That's their opening 200 meters, 7 1/2 laps around a 400-meter track oval. In case you've just joined us, this is Saturday, March 12th here in Calgary, Alberta, here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. 3 speed skating meets squished into one. The Grand Prix, the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships, and Canada Cup 3. Canada Cup 3 was to be held in Winnipeg, but the pandemic had a say in that. And the juniors was to be held in Quebec, but the pandemic also had a say in that, and that was to be Christmas and New Year's. But you know what? It's a good idea to get the kids skating as much as possible, and they are, and this is awesome. The speed skating, oh, there's a cool shot on the webcast, right at ice level. Good job, Dustin Miller and John Little, the producers of this webcast, which is being seen all over the world right now in countries like Romania, Sweden, Germany. Just to name an example, France, for example, where family members are watching some of their loved ones. I wouldn't even be surprised if it was even down in Australia watching Robert Black from the land down under. If you're inside the oval, I suggest you get on the webcast. Even if you want to put it on mute, you can watch some of the footage. It's really kind of cool to see these skaters down at ice level. We're creating a production team that CBC would just absolutely just love to have. I can feel it in my blood now. This is the women's 3,000 meters, 7.5 laps around. You can see down at ice level on the webcast just how they're forming the letter S as they oscillate back and forth and getting into a rhythm. Let's have a look at the lap times. We're now up in the 34 and 35 range, so that's going to make it for higher times. The fastest skaters have already happened, so the times will get higher. No one needs to take that personally. It's just where the skaters are at in their journey. Every skater has to do their time at various levels. Skaters get stronger. They get better with their technique. They race more. And the last 2 years have been absolutely crazy difficult for, I guess, everybody's life. But speed skating, it's been, hit and miss in terms of the actual racing. So some of the skaters haven't raced for a very, very long time, and that's one of the reasons why you see the personal best getting crushed these last couple days. We'll have a more challenging time on the personal best because they achieved them yesterday and today, so they'll do the 500 and 1,000 tomorrow. And good luck to them in terms of trying to PB. That's key. All right, we've got the bell lap here for Claire Mallard and Victoria Goplan. Mallard is wearing the white armband. She'll finish in the outer lane, and Goplan will finish in the inner lane. And here comes Goplan at 4:24.18. She'll be happy with that because that beats her best by 6/100ths of a second. 4:25.39 for Mallard, and that's a PB for her as well. So here comes Lori Kaye and at Kirsten Hagen at a time of 4:23. That's a personal best for her, and Kaye in at 4:32.23. So personal best for Kirsten, Victoria, and Claire. Congratulations. In the fourth quartet, in the inside lane from Quebec, Emily Greenfield. In the outer lane, also from Quebec, Emmanuel Cote. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane from Manitoba, Skylar Van Horn. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Allison Lalonde. We got the Battle of Quebec. We got Emily Greenfield in for opening at 200 at 22.17. Emmanuel Cote at 21.97. Skylar Van Horn in for her 200 meters at 21.85. And Allison Lalonde in at 21.36. Those are strong openers for those four skaters. Now they settle in for the remainder of their race, finding their pace and their lap time that works for them in their level of development. Honestly, you've got to check out the webcast. There's a camera right down at ice level, right at the finishing line. It is a cool shot. Just the many cool shots that are going to be created in the years ahead with the production team of John Little and Dustin Miller. All three of the four skaters are in the 34 range. Skylar Van Horn's just under the 34. That she's going at a very, very good clip there. Hopefully she can hold it throughout her race. 3,000 meters, 7.5 laps around. Three Quebec skaters out on the ice right now, and one Manitoban. Two of the Quebec coaches are out there. It looks like Sébastien Beaulieu and Marc-André Poudreau-Michon. If I got that right, Marc-André and Sébastien. And Will Dutton, of course, supporting Skylar Van Horn. Lap times are now going to start to increase naturally. We're well into this 3,000 meter race. Greenfield, Emily Greenfield and Emmanuel Cote from Quebec in the first pairing of this fourth quartet. Skylar Van Horn and Allison Lalonde from Skylar from Manitoba and Allison Lalonde from Quebec. There goes the bell lap for Emily Greenfield and Emmanuel Cote. Cote has got a lead on Greenfield, on her teammate and friend. They head down the backstretch for final encouragement. The bell lap for Skylar Van Horn and Allison Lalonde. I can hear the cheering go on from up here in the timing deck. Emmanuel Cote will finish in the inside lane. And here she comes down the straightaway right now. Her personal best is 4:29. Let's see how she does. You can see her cross the line in live action, 4:28.85. So she gets a personal best. Emily Greenfield at 4:32.51, and she just gets her personal best by 1/100th of a second. 2 PBs there for Greenfield and Cote. Lalonde crosses the line at 4:26.11. And that is definitely a PB for her. And Skylar Van Horn, 4:31.42, beats her personal best by 4 seconds. That's a personal best for all the skaters. Congratulations, Emily Greenfield, Emmanuel Cote, Skylar Van Horn, and Allison Lalonde. Great races for you all. We now move to the fifth quartet. In the first pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Germany, Nelly Charlene Neumann. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Ariane Fournier. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Quebec, Laurence Paquette. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Sophia Bieber. Neumann's opening 200 meters is 22.11. Fournier in at 21.61. After their 200 meters, they've settled in now for 7 laps ahead. Here comes Bieber and Paquette. Opening time for Paquette is 22.64 and Bieber 22.67. And they now settle in for their race. Neumann and Fournier in the first pairing of the fifth quartet. Their personal bests around 4:36, 4:37. Neumann is in the white and gray accent black skin suit. Bieber is in the yellow and black. Paquette is in the black and the blue. The Quebec outfit, Paquette's wearing the yellow armband. Bieber is wearing the blue armband. Watching the times, watching the lap times, all consistent, right around 35 seconds in terms of lap time. So do you ever wonder how the coach knows the lap time? Well, when the skaters cross the finish line, the coaches look up on the board to see a lap time, and then they adjust their numbers accordingly. So the coaches have about 200 meters of time in order to get their numbers ready for the skaters. Unfortunately, Laurence Paquette has fallen. Sophia Bieber will finish the race herself. Nelly Charlene Neumann in the first pairing with Ariane Fournier. Fournier is part of the Canadian Junior Championship, as is Sophia Bieber. Here comes Neumann and Fournier, and this is the bell lap. Fournier is in the red armband and the black outfit. Their lap times are starting to increase. Let's see if they can dig deep here and lower this lap time or hold it. No question, these skaters are exhausted now. And a lap time, there's the bell lap for Sophia Bieber. So Laurence Paquette won't finish the race. And Neumann and Fournier. So let's have a look at their PBs. Neumann in at 4:37. Fournier in at 4:36. Here comes Ariana Fournier. She crosses the line at 4:29.38, which is a personal best for her. And Nelly Charlene Neumann at 4:30. 4:34.72, and that's a personal best for her. So congratulations, ladies. Everything Sophia Bieber has got with the remainder of her race. She's going to cross the line at a time of 4:34.73, and she'll be happy with that, as that's a personal best for Sophia Bieber. Congratulations, ladies. Well done. We're pausing right now for a potential ice repair. Okay, it looks like we're good to go. All right, we're now moving to the sixth quartet in the first pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Emma Langstrom. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Chloe Beauchesne. In the second pairing of this quartet from Saskatchewan in the inside lane, Ella Cloutier. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Darby Beeson. Emma Langstrom opening 200 meters at 22.48. Chloe Beauchesne at 23.45. The opening for Ella Cloutier is 22.27. Darby Beeson at 22.13. We got Emma Langstrom in the first pairing with Chloe Beauchesne. Their PBs are in the 4:38 to 4:40 range. Cloutier around 4:43, 4:45, somewhere in there for Cloutier and Beeson. 4:40 range, basically. Emma Langston and Chloe Beauchesne are in the first pairing. And we got Ella Cloutier. You can tell Ella Cloutier's in the yellow and the black. And Darby Beeson representing Alberta. All right, we got the bell lap for Emma Langston and Chloe Beauchesne. Beauchesne. Here comes Emma Langston. She crosses the line at a time of 4:37.01, and she'll be happy with that time. That beats her personal best by 6 seconds. Crossing the line is Darby Beeson at a time of 4:35.04. She'll be happy with that time. That's a personal best. Chloe Beauchesne at 4:38.22, and Ella Cloutier in at 4:41.28, and that is a personal best for her as well. We now move to the seventh quartet in the first pairing of this quartet from the in the inside lane from Ontario, Erilyn McGill, and in the outer lane from Quebec, Camille Tremblay. In the second pairing, all the way from Sweden, Anne-Marie Lindqvist taking the inside lane, and in the outside lane from Quebec, Marie-Michelle Gagnon. Opening 200 meters for Erilyn McGill, 21.63. Tremblay, Camille Tremblay, 22.19. Gotta love the Swedish suits. Look at the beautiful colors of the flag, the blue and the yellow. They don't almost need an armband. You definitely know who Anne-Marie Lindqvist is. Look at that suit, it's amazing. Representing her country here in Sweden. There's a number of them here. 3 male skaters, and I think there's 3 female skaters as well, if I've done my math correctly. And then the coach Arvid Carling show. So, welcome to our Swedish contingent. Lindqvist 22.63 with an opening 200, and Gagnon at 23.99. Now these skaters settle in for the rest of their race, hoping to keep their lap times as low as possible. There's a cool shot down at ice level if you happen to be looking on the webcast. Well, in case you've just joined us, or a reminder, it's Saturday, March 12th, and we are in Calgary, Alberta, in Canada, at the Calgary Olympic Oval. You're watching 3 speed skating meets all wrapped into one. The Grand Prix, the Canada Cup 3, and the Canadian Junior Long Track Championship.
And you're watching the 3,000 meter women race. Soon, after the ice resurfacing, we'll do the 5,000 men's. And then we have an out-of-competition race with Will Dutton, who'll be paired up with Octavian Moga. 5,000 meters. Legendary Will Dutton, who speed skated for our country at a World Cup level and the Olympics, has lost a bet amongst his friends. And so that bet means that he has to skate a 5,000 meter race. Okay, so 3,000 meters, that's 7.5 laps around. How many laps is the 5,000? That's another 5.5 laps. It's 12.5 laps around. The last time Will did that was 2008. How many years ago was that? That's about 14 years. This should be an interesting race. Will Dutton was a sprinter. Still in shape, of course. So that'll be fun. That'll be some fun racing at the end of the day. So you look on the screen right now, you see Anne-Marie Lindquist. In the distance, you see Marie-Michelle Gagnon as part of that pair. And you see races within a race. And here is the bell lap for Camille Tremblay and Ireland McGill. So Tremblay is coming around the outside corner, but she's going to switch into the inside lane. These skaters are exhausted right now. No question. Here comes Camille Tremblay. She's going to cross the line at a time of 4:33.40. She'll be happy with that. That's a personal best. Erin McGill at 4:35.58, and she'll be happy with that time. There's another personal best. Now let's see how Lindquist and Gagnon finishes up their race. Anne-Marie Lindquist crosses the line at a time of 4:40. She beats her personal best by 7 seconds. And here comes Marie-Michelle Gagnon. Her personal best is 4:53. I think she's going to beat that. Let's find out. Just misses it by a few seconds. She comes across the line at 4:56.49. We now move to the 8th quartet of 11 quartets. In the first pairing of this quartet, from Ontario in the inside lane, Rachel Mallard. In the outer lane, from Saskatchewan, Callie Ann Friesen. In the second pairing in this quartet, in the inside lane, also from Saskatchewan, Serena Dallaire. And in the outer lane, from Quebec, Leila Cotier. Mallard's opening 200 meters, 23.42. Friesen in at 23.51. They settle into their rest of their 7-lap race. Dallaire in at 22.38. And really close is Cotier in at 22.33.
Now they settle in. This is where they get into a rhythm, work on their lap pace. This is probably a good opportunity to talk about this is a good opportunity to talk about the Samalonk point system that's being used for the Canadian juniors to determine who the top junior male and female is going to be and the rest of the placings. It's a point system based on the fewest points achieved. Not the most, but the fewest. And it's all based on the 500-meter race. So, if you get a 40-second 500-meter, you get 40 points. If you get a minute and 20 seconds, let's say, in the 1,000-meter, that's 80 seconds, you would get another 40 points. Basically, you divide everything by 2 once you move off the 500 meters. And so the 4 races, the 500, the 1,000, the 1,500, and the 3,000, other than the 500, you divide the 1,000 by 2, the 1,500 by 3, and the 3,000 by 6. So 4 categories of points. And so I don't have the standings where the men, the boys, and the girls are at right now, but that's being tabulated, and that'll be set up for tomorrow for the awards ceremony after the men's 500 meters. We will crown a Canadian junior champion tomorrow in both men's and women's speed skating. There'll be more races tomorrow for the Canada Cup 3 and the Grand Prix, but for all intents and purposes, the work for the Canadian Junior Championship is Friday and Saturday. This is the 8th quartet, and the bell lap for Millard and Friesen, Dallaire and Cartier. Although I don't see Friesen on the ice. Rachel Millard, 4:48 is her PB. Here comes Rachel Millard of Ontario. And she crosses the line at a time of 4:44.24. She'll be happy with that. That's a personal best. And then Dallaire and Cartier to the very bitter end. Serena Dallaire at 4:37.75 and Cartier at 4:38.13. Again, personal best there. I'm not sure what happened with Kellyanne Friesen. 4 started the race, 3 finished. I'll let you know when I know. In the 9th quartet, in the first pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Manitoba, Maya Kemp. In the outer lane from British Columbia, Sydney Benny. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Camille Alford. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Chloe Jelinek. Maya Kemp's opening 200 meters at 22.71. Benny in at 23.29. Alfred in at 22.24. Jelinek got a really nice opener. 13th fastest, 21.69. Let's hope Chloe Jelinek can hold her pace in longer. Let's see what happens. Well, in case you missed the interview from Mark Messer, I thought it was really interesting. First of all, he's a really nice guy. Second of all, incredibly humble, given his success. Started out in the world as a mechanic, started working for the Olympic Saddle Dome. One thing led to another. Next thing you know, he's building ice for the Olympic Oval 35 years ago this May. And he's evolved into one of the world's experts in making ice for speed skating ovals and probably ice in general. And he didn't know that this kind of role would take him to all over the world. He's been to 6 Olympics and helped out with, I think, 8 indirectly as well, or directly or indirectly. It was really quite interesting. The ice is about 2.5 to 3 centimeters thick, 13 meters wide, 400 meters all the way around. The ice is frozen on a slab of concrete. That's about minus 14 degrees. But by the time the skaters skate on it, it's around minus 6 to 8 degrees. They control the temperature of the ice. They control the humidity in the building, the temperature in the building, and they can move it up and down. Whatever they think. He thinks the ice this weekend is in fantastic shape. From my perspective, it looks absolutely beautiful. And do you ever wonder why that ice surface is so white? It just sparkles off the lights. It's because they actually paint the ice. At some point in time in the process, when the water is frozen and thick enough, they paint it white. No different than, I guess, hockey ice. But that's how it's. He said it would mostly be black if they didn't do that. And then fixing the ice, they use slush and water, whatever they think they need, and those canisters are carbon dioxide, and you have to be careful not to freeze it too much. You want to bring the temperature down, but not too down. You don't want the ice to be too brittle. All right, back to the race at hand. We've got Maya Kemp and Sydney Benny on the ice, along with Camille Alford and Chloe Jelinek. Kemp is from Manitoba, Benny's from BC. 3,000 meters, 7.5 laps around. This is the third last quartet. There's the bell lap right now. Maya Kemp is ahead of Sydney Benny right now. I suspect we're going to have some personal bests here. Let's hope anyway. And the bell lap for Alford and Jelinek has happened too. Here comes Maya Kemp down the straightaway. She'll finish right in front of us here. 4:55 is her personal best. Maya Kemp will cross the line at 4:47.38, which is a personal best. Sydney Benny at 4:50.85, just off her personal best by 2/100ths of a second. Oh, that's too bad. And but solid, consistent race for Benny. Camille Alford, Jelinek across the line at 4:36.54, and that blows her personal best out of the water. And Alford at 4:53.24, and that beats her personal best by a long shot. So PBs all around, almost all around in that group in the quartet number 9. We now move to the 10th quartet. In the first pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane from British Columbia, Hannah North. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Robin Solly. In the second pairing, from Ontario in the inside lane, Brielle Durham. And in the outer lane from Manitoba as well, Lindsay Smart. Sally in for the opening 200 meter at 23.26. North in at 23.53. Brielle Durham at 23 seconds on the nose, and Lindsay Smart at 23.02 for her opener. Two Manitobans on the ice right now, my old stomping grounds, or my current stomping grounds, and an Ontario skater and a skater from British Columbia. Hannah North and Robert Sally in the first pairing of this second last quartet. Hannah North from BC, Robin Solly from Manitoba. In the second pairing, Brielle Durham from Ontario and Lindsay Smart from Manitoba. You see Will Dutton down the backstretch is coaching both Robin Solly and Lindsay Smart, so he's pulling double duty. As soon as Lindsay hits, well, she already did, she hits the finish line or the monitors, her lap time hits on the board, and then he quickly switches and gives her the times. That is the bell lap for Hannah North and Robin Solly. I think we're going to see some personal bests here out of this race. Here comes Robin Solly. She crossed the line at time of 4:49.03. She'll be happy with that. That bests her personal best by 4 seconds. She can say goodbye to the old one and say hello to the new one. Hannah North at 4:59.23 beats her personal best by about a second and a half. And Lindsay Smart crosses the line at 4:51.34 and bests her time by about 8 seconds. Congratulations, Lindsay, Robin, and Hannah. And here comes Brielle Durham. You see a cool shot on the webcast, and she crosses the line at 5:09.26 and personal best all around for quartet number 10. Congratulations, ladies. We now move to the final quartet of the women's 3,000 meters, the 11th quartet in the first pairing in the inner lane from Ontario, Sarah Murray. In the outer lane, also from Ontario, Daria Voigt. In the second pairing of this final quartet in the inside lane from Manitoba, Rachel Spritzens. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Kaylin Joliffe.
I thought it would come on the webcast. This is for all those that are watching on the webcast. Stick around after this 3,000 meter for the female race because we got James Monson. So I don't know if you missed or watched the interview with Mark Messer. That was kind of cool. He's the ice man, the ice meister. Here, the operations manager at the University of Calgary, which primarily is the Oval. We had a great interview, and we talked about ice. James Monson, a former speed skater representing our country at the World Cup level, actually from old Winnipeg, too, as well. My current stomping grounds, as I've mentioned several times. He works in the skate shop and has for I don't know how many years. We'll find out a little bit more about that journey. But we're going to talk about equipment, and he brought some equipment up. So stick around. Zamboni will go on for a flood, but we're going to have a few minutes to talk a little bit about equipment. Okay, Sarah Murray, Daria Voigt, Rachel Spritzens, and Kaylin Joliffe on the ice right now. We've got the bell lap for Sarah Murray and Daria Voigt. I'm expecting personal bests all the way around here at the fastest ice in the world. Here comes Sarah Murray. Sarah Murray's going to cross line at 5:04.29, obliterates her personal best. Daria Voigt finished the race, but we don't have yet a time. 5:11.16 is her PB. So Kaylin Joliffe crossed the line at 5:27.06. That's a personal best for her. Here comes Rachel Spritzens cross line at 5:37.17. That's a personal best for her. And Daria Voigt, we now have a time 5:09.04. 5:09.04. So, ladies and gentlemen, for Sarah Murray, Daria Voigt, Rachel Spritzens, and Kaylin Joliffe, personal bests all around. That concludes the 3,000 meters for the women's race. Laura Hall with a personal best will take the top spot at 4:12.23. Very impressive for a young junior. Alexis Scott, 4:12.65 in the second place. Abigail McCluskey at 4:13.68. Roseanne Grenier at 4:14 and change. Then there's Allison Demray, Mara Jash, Anna Bourgeois, and Gabrielle Jelinek. So congratulations, Laura Hall. You have the fastest time in the 3,000 meter ladies race. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:18 right now. We're going to have a restart at 2:35. Head off to the webcast. I'm going to interview James Monson about his career and about equipment, and I've got about 15 minutes to do that. So in the meantime, I'm going to throw on some music for those in the oval. Hi, everybody. So I mentioned to you that we have another guest. I get another interview. It's James Monson, originally from Winnipeg, who now lives in Calgary with his family. He was a former speed skater and speed skated on the World Cup level as a sprinter, and has been working in the skate shop for how many years now?
I've been working in the skate shop for about...
Hang on, you got to press that.
Here we go. I've been working in the skate shop for about 13 years.
So here's somebody who's grown up with speed skating, who skated at elite level, knows the sport extremely well. And my daughters went and bought some new boots, and we obviously rely on James and his staff, or the staff at the skate shop, for the equipment. And I thought, this might be a good opportunity to talk a little bit about the equipment. We only have about 10 or 12 minutes, and in future I'd like to bring you back as well and talk a little bit more about it. But first of all, let's just talk quickly about your career. Just to talk about how did you get into speed skating, and how far did it take you?
Well, pull this down here. Here we go. Yeah. So I got into speed skating when I was about 8 years old. I started at the River Heights Club in Winnipeg. I progressed through the programs in Manitoba, and then when I was around 19 years old, I moved here to Calgary to join the Olympic Oval program.
Okay, and move you a bit forward so you're in the camera. And so how many years did you compete at a high level?
So I competed in, I qualified for the national team in around 2002, and I competed for about 4 years doing World Cups and World Championships.
I asked you when you came up here, do you miss skating? Do you miss it?
Yeah, there's times that I do miss the competitiveness. It's a tremendous amount of work, so there's also times when it's just fun to watch the races and not have to deal with the stress of getting ready for competition. So there's a part of me that misses it, but there's also a part of me that's fine to move on.
Okay, so the primary reason I wanted to bring you up is I wanted to talk about equipment. You brought some equipment. So when you talk about the equipment, I think what I'm going to do is hold the microphone to your mouth, and you can then have two hands and talk about the equipment. So I'm going to take your microphone from you, and I'm going to use it, and then I'm going to pass it over to him. So a lot of skaters, James, when we look at skaters on the ice, we just see them skate, the race is over, and that's it. But there's so much behind the scenes, and equipment is part of it. So I'd like to talk first of all about what they skate on, which is knives on boots. Can you maybe talk a little about the skate? You have brought a skate, and there's a difference between a long track skate and a short track skate, and then talk a little bit about the skate in general.
Yeah, so basically what we have here is a long track speed skate. Generally the boot is a little bit lower cut. It doesn't go down as far. It's not as beefy, it's not as stiff in the ankle support. Short track skates are much stiffer that way. The main difference between short track and long track speed skates is the clap mechanism. So on a long track blade, when you finish your push, the boot actually pivots up, and you are able to extend your push. When you're done your push and the blade claps back or springs back, it makes that clap sound, giving it the famous clap skate name.
So, but the clap skate, in terms of its design and use, is relatively new. I mean, when Bonnie Blair or Susan Auck, when they competed, I don't think they had clap skates, did they?
No, the clap skate wasn't really introduced into competitive speed skating until about 1998. So, I mean, that does take it at around 24, 25 years old. So it's been around for some time now, but for sure it was not around there in the early days of speed skating.
And so are times faster because of the clap skate?
Yeah, it for sure made a pretty much overnight people dropped their PBs. It's definitely a more efficient way of skating in long track.
So I look at the long blade. How long is that blade, and how long is that compared to a hockey skate?
On average, most speed skate blades are about 17 inches long. A hockey skate would be closer to about 12 inches, depending on your foot size. So they're, significantly longer than what you would have for hockey or figure skates.
And why is it that speed skaters can go faster than hockey skaters? Is that part in large part because notwithstanding technique, but because the blades are longer?
Yeah, so you have you have the blades are longer, and number two, they also have a different way. We have a different way of sharpening the speed skates. So the speed skates actually have a flat ground on the bottom of the blade versus a hollow ground for hockey skates, what that allows for you to have is much better glide than you would get out of a hockey or figure skate.
And I've heard speed skaters talk about rockers. You got to create a rocker for this. What does that mean?
Yeah, so it's called a radius or a profile, and then again the nickname is rocker. And basically the bottom of the blade here that's on the ice, if you were to put it on a table, you would see that the ends go up, the toe and the heel go up, and it can actually rock a little bit. It's basically just a curve along the bottom of the blade that allows you to get the turning that you need when you're skating.
So the entire blade is not on the ice then when they're where they're making a stride?
No, exactly. Like about 2/3 of the blade is on the ice at any given point, and then you have, like I said, the curve or the radius of the blade that allows you to turn.
Okay, so when I get my hockey skate sharpened, they take them to a machine. It's like a machine. They go back and forth and on this machine, but it's different. How do they skate? How do they sharpen skates like speed skates? You have something here.
Yeah.
What do you call that?
Yeah. So what we brought here, if you can see on the table, we have a jig here, and basically
that's the name of it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's a sharpening jig.
Okay.
So, and it's basically a way of holding the skates in place so you can sharpen the blades. So they would go in like this.
So you put one skate on each side, it looks like. Yes?
Yeah. And you're basically going to get them in like that. And then you have one on each side. And then we're going to use a sharpening stone on top like this. And through that process, you're able to give it a flat grind for a sharpen.
And how do you know it's ready to go? And how do you trust that your blades are ready to go when you don't sharpen them, get on the ice, and all of a sudden you might not have an edge?
So when you're sharpening, we call it burr, when you create a burr on the edge of the blade. Once you get burr on all four sides of the blade, then you know that your skates are going to be sharp.
Part of his jig fell on the floor.
That's okay. Then once you've taken the burr off, there's various ways of just feeling it with your fingers. You can scrape it with your fingernail, and then there's ways of checking to make sure that you have a solid edge there.
Okay, and you brought another piece of equipment over here. What is this?
Well, we also have, we call it a gauge, but it's basically a measuring tool. This is a tool that you would use to measure the bend in the rocker, and just by putting it on the blade, you're able to take a measurement and use the reading that you have here, and it's able to tell you if you have a good bend, and also if you put it on top of the blade, sort of hard to see, but you put it on the top of the blade, you can also measure the radius or the rocker, and then you can check that as well. And through using this tool, you're able to determine what your bend in your rocker is, and through that you can manipulate it through sharpening to get the right rocker, or through using a bender you can bend the tube to get the right bend in your blades.
This is quite a science, isn't it? It's not just like throwing a blade on a boot and going out in the ice. There's a real science to this.
Yeah, for sure there is. There's many years of trying different setups and different combinations of bend and rocker and blade position that you need to draw upon to get the right setup for individual athletes and for different distances.
So if I wanted to buy a pair of speed skates, who are the manufacturers of speed skates? What are their names? And I know that Greg Plenard, his family used to make skates many, many years ago, and Scott Van Horn used to make skates, but I don't think they make them now. Who makes them now?
So there's a few different companies. Viking is one of the main companies that has been around for a long time, and they're still selling boots and blades. Skate Tech is another company that sells boots and blades.
Are they North American?
They are European. They're from Holland. Evo is also another brand. EHS is another brand that sells speed skates and blades. I think that's most of it that comes to mind right now. Pennington is another brand that is out there that sells equipment. So there's a number of suppliers out there that you can still get speed skating equipment from.
And you supply skate equipment for skaters all over the world?
Yeah, we sell mostly here in Canada, but we also sell to the United States. We sold skates to Australia. We sold skates and equipment to Japan. Yeah, and different places. We've sold some to Mongolia. So, you know,
Mongolia.
anyone that wants to order online, we can ship it to them through the skate shop here at the Olympic Oval.
All right, we have got about a minute left because I got to call a play-by-play here. At 2:35, we're starting the men's 5,000 meters. You brought one other piece of equipment. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. That's basically that's our blade bender. So this is what we'll use to shape the tube on the blade. And if I can do this here while holding, you basically put the blade in like this, and then by applying pressure on the handle here,
I see.
you can bend the tube to get the desired bend that you want.
Okay, let me get this straight. You don't want a straight blade?
No, because we only turn to the left, we can bend our blades angled to the left because we're only turning
Isn't that
one
interesting?
way. Yeah, and then we set the blades up to always turn to the left.
So, James, I want to talk more about this the next time I come out in Calgary and next season. But on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being not important at all, 10 being absolutely important, how important is the equipment for the skaters to skate to their potential?
Oh, it's absolutely a 10. If your equipment's not set up, especially at the higher level, you're not going to be able to do anything.
James Monson, everybody, works in the skate shop. Former figure speed skater. You said your wife was a figure skater. Former speed skater that represented Canada at the World Cup level as a sprinter. Now retired, family man, and now works in the skate shop and helps out skaters all around the world with their equipment and guidance. And you helped out my family, and I appreciate it. So, James Monson, thank you very much. Look forward to bringing you back.
Thank you
and
very
up
much.
soon. Thank you, James. And up soon. In 4 minutes' time, the men's 5,000 meters here at the Grand Prix here at Calgary, Alberta, at the Calgary Olympic Oval.
We've got the 2-minute warning now for the men's 5,000 meters. Let me introduce the first quartet, and then I'll turn it over to the starters. There is 12 quartets in all. We'll do 7 first, our ice resurfacing, and come back and finish the last 5. Thank you to James Monson for his time sharing us with expertise about the equipment in the skate shop. See James for guidance and wisdom with respect to your equipment. Thank you, James. In the first heat, in the first quartet, in the first pairing, from Alberta in the inner lane, Caleb Mueller, and in the outer lane, from Ontario, Hayden Mailleux. In the second pairing of this first quartet, from Czechoslovakia, Lucas Steckley, and in the outer lane, from Alberta, Joshua Hathaway. Good luck, gentlemen. And we're off. We got 2 good, clean starts to the 5,000 meter men's race. 12 quartets in total. Caleb Mueller is opening 200 meters, 9:52. Mailleux in at 9.4. Lucas Steckley in from the Czech Republic, 20.31. And Hathaway in at 20.76. Now they settle in for their 7 laps in this 3,000 meter race. Well, that was interesting, that interview with James Monson. He brought up a skate, a jig, a measuring stick, a blade bender. James Monson's in the skate shop downstairs, former speed skater for Canada, a sprinter many years ago. And tons of wisdom, and really like the idea of sharing us the ideas about the equipment. So next time I'm back, I hope to connect with him at some point throughout next season. Very, very important, the equipment. And it's not just putting on a pair of blades and going. There's a real science to it looks like. So we've got Caleb Mueller and Hayden Meilleur in the first pairing of the first quartet, and Lucas Steckley from Czech and Joshua Hathaway in the second pairing. The fastest times for the 5,000 meter men's are going to be the lowest right now. Okay, Mueller and Meilleur. Okay, the 5K. We just finished a 3,000 meter race for the women's, which is 7.5 laps around. And this is 5,000 meters. That's 12.5 laps around. 12.5 laps around. So take a look at the lap times for these guys. They're around 30.5 to 31. Just showed you how strong the skaters they are. These races will be about 6 minutes, just over 6 minutes in length. Okay, we now have the bell lap for the first pairing in the 5,000 meter men's. Caleb Mueller and Hayden Meilleur. We got Caleb Mueller in at leading the way over Meilleur. And here comes Caleb Meilleur. Caleb Muller, and he comes in at a
Caleb Mueller finished his race. We don't have a time yet because he crossed over with one of the other skaters, so we're just waiting for that time. But Hayden Mayeur at a time of 6:42.69 for Mayeur. We'll get the time for Caleb Mueller in a moment. Steckley in at 6:37. I'll come back to quartet number 1 in a moment. I'm going to introduce the second quartet and get it together at my end. In the first pairing in the second quartet in the inner lane from France, Germain Deschamps. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Max Halleck. In the second pairing of this second quartet in the inside lane from British Columbia, Eric Orlowski. And in the outer lane from France, Thomas Milan. Okay, I'm going to go back to quartet. I want to go back to quartet number 1, Caleb Mueller with a time of 6:27.03. 6:27.03. That puts him with the fastest time in the 5,000 meters. Lucas Stelke had a time of 6:37.53. He beat his personal best by 3/100ths of a second. And Joshua Hathaway crossed the line at 6:44.67. So, a PB for Lucas Stelke in the 5,000 meters. On the ice right now, Germain Deschamps and Max Halleck in the first pairing. In the 5,000 meters, Eric Orlowski and Thomas Milan in the second pairing.
Well, hi everybody. I've kept it rather quiet here for the 5,000 meters, just preparing for the other races in terms of times. But we have Jermaine Deschamps on the ice right now from France. Max Halleck from Alberta, 5,000 meters. This is 12 and a half laps around. A grueling race, no doubt. But it's all about pace of lap. And that's what they trained for. I had a good chat with Ted Jan Bloman. I called a couple races back in the fall with him and Graham Fish. They were exciting races. Who would have thought a 5,000 or a 10,000 meter race, 25 laps around the 400 meter oval would be exciting? But when it's two competitors, two deep competitors who are fairly evenly matched, it turns out to be a bit of a dogfight. Down, back and forth through the entire race they went. And they were holding lap times in the 29-second range. And that just gives you a kind of indication of just how fast they were going for that length of time. And when I talked to Ted last fall in November, I said, what's the difference and how do you keep your lap times low? And he says it was conditioning. They all have the techniques. It's conditioning. He would ride the bike longer and more often than others, for example. And Niels van der Poel, who's taken it to a whole different level, and has indicated such in a document or a book that he's put out just recently. So fitness allows you to hold your technique longer, which allows you to go faster inside the race. And there is the bell lap for Jermaine Deschamps and Max Halleck. There's the bell lap for Eric Orlowski and Thomas Milan. Well, Deschamps and Halleck, look at this. After 5,000 meters, down the straightaway they go. Deschamps is going to take it very close, 6:42.32. Now, Deschamps will be happy with that because that'll be a personal best. And Max Halleck at 6:43.20, and that's also a personal best. So Jermaine and Max, congratulations on your personal best. After 12 and a half laps, you came down to the wire together. Crossing the line next is Thomas Milan at 6:49.33 and Eric Orlowski at 6:52.39. We now move to the third quartet. In the first pairing of the third quartet in the inner lane, from Manitoba, Joel Simpson. In the outer lane, also from Manitoba, Simon Coutts. In the second pairing of the third quartet from Quebec in the inside lane, Jonah Hurtebus. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Max Poulin. Joel Simpson's 200 meters, 9.91. Simon Coutts, 20.2. Jonah Hurtebus at 18.98. And Max Poulin, 19.02.
Two Manitobans on the ice, Joel Simpson and Simon Coots. Simon Coots is a student of University of Calgary. Has been out in the Oval program for a number of years, studying anthropology. Joel Simpson, I think, is in his second year out here at University of Calgary. Both love speed skating. Jonah Hutebuse is from Quebec, and Max Poulin from Alberta, who's having an outstanding meet right now. He'll be in the running somewhere in the piece for the Canadian Junior Championship, along with Jalen Doan and Yankun Zhao and a number of other skaters who I actually don't know just yet. But that'll all be unveiled tomorrow when, after the 500 meters, they'll be announcing and crowning the champion. And the placings, the podium finishers for the women's and the men's in the Canadian Junior Championship. So there's actually 3 speed skating meets, and my bad, because I've been saying that there's been 2 speed skating meets. The actual core speed skating meet is the Grand Prix. Every year it's held just before the Oval. But accompanying the Grand Prix this year is Canada Cup 3, which was to be held in Winnipeg, but didn't because of the pandemic, and the Canadian Junior Championship, which was to be held in Quebec, which wasn't because of the pandemic. And so the powers that be decided to put 3 speed skating meets together, and this is what we have: the Grand Prix, the Canada Cup 3, and the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships. It's been an exciting weekend so far, and we're almost coming to the end of day 2. We've got a number of quartets left and an out-of-competition race featuring Will Dutton. Will Dutton. We look forward to commenting on that as the day goes on. I hope he's warming up on the bike now and started first thing in the morning, but I see him on the sideline in the coach's paint. So the last time he raced 12 and a half laps around the ice, as far as the record shows, 2008. So I'm a bit concerned about him. So in terms of him actually finishing the race. Joel Simpson from Manitoba, Simon Coots from Manitoba in the 5,000 meters. And Jonah Hutebuse and Max Poulin. If in case you've just joined us, this is the third quartet of 7 quartets before we do an ice resurfacing. 2 Manitobans on the ice, a Quebec racer and an Alberta racer. And we've got a bell lap coming up here. Bell lap for both pairings. Now let's see where the chips fall in terms of the race. This is exciting. Personal bests are going to fall here for sure. Here comes Simon Coots. Joel Simpson crosses the line at 6:47. 11. And that's a personal best for Joel Simpson, 6:57.38 for Simon Coots, and that is a season's best for him. Max Poulin crosses the line at 6:46.18, and that's a 10-second personal best. Max, you can say goodbye to the old personal best and say hello to the new one. Jona Hurtebees at 6:53.44, and he also got a personal best. So Simpson, Hurtebees, and Poulin, personal bests and a season's best for Simon Coots. Great race, gentlemen. Well done. Let's move on now to the fourth quartet, shall we? We're pausing for just a moment. Okay, let's take a look at the leaderboard right now. You can see it inside the oval. You can see it also on the webcast. Caleb Mueller, 6:27.03, leading the way. Lucas Stelke, 6:37.53, beats his personal best by 3/100ths of a second. Jermaine Deschamps, Hayden Mayeux, Max Halleck, Joshua Hathaway, Max Poulin, and Joel Simpson. Lots of personal bests here today in the 5,000-meter men's race. We're coming up to the fourth quartet in a moment. We've got a slight delay. Just doing some ice checking, ice repairing, and in talking to Mark Messler, the Ice King. They wanted to make sure the ice is smooth and safe for the athletes. We are now ready to go over to the fourth quartet. Let me introduce the first pairing in the fourth quartet. In the inside lane from Quebec, Amy Perreault. In the outer lane from Alberta, Daniel Hall. In the second pairing of this quartet from Quebec, William Boissonneau. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Luca Veman. And we're off and running. We're now in the fourth quartet. Amy Perreault with an opener at 21.38. Daniel Hall, 20.54. Boissonneau in a 21.24, and Veman in a 20.64. So in the 5,000 meters, or in any race, they start them at various spots around the oval. The finishing line, or the finish line, is right in front of the timing deck. And if you back up 200 meters, that's where they start the race, because it's a 400-meter track. They back it up 200 meters. It's 7.5 laps around. So you've got, once you get that first 200 meters out of the way, and we always do a 200-meter split call time, then the skaters have 7 more laps to go. And I say that kind of tongue-in-cheek because I'm not doing the skating. 7 laps at the pace they want to go is exhausting, but that's the design of the race. 7.5 laps around. That's also for the 3,000, but it's also for the 5,000, the same spot. And this is the 5,000. I sometimes haven't moved off the 3,000 women's race yet. 7.5 laps around for the 5,000. 7.5 laps for the 3,000, 12.5 for the 5,000, and when you get to the 10,000, believe it or not, I'm not making this up, that's 25 laps around a 400-meter oval. It actually goes by quicker than you think when the racers are as elite as Ted Jan Bloemen and Graham Fish, for example. Let's do a check-in on these racers. Amy Perot has got some nice lap times going here, around 32 seconds. The rest of the crew is higher, much higher than that, high almost in the 33 to 34 range. Perot's personal best is just over 7 minutes. I would say that he's on a clip to best that considerably. Amy Perot was wearing the white armband. Here he comes down the front straightaway. I think he's wearing a helmet, actually. He is wearing a helmet. I don't often see that in long track. Okay, he's got the bell lap. Amy Perot from Quebec, who I think has got a race of his life going right now with the lap times that I'm seeing. He's holding in on around the 32 range. This is really going to be good for Amy Perot. The bell lap for Boissonneau and Vieman. And here comes Amy Perot. Let's see how his time is. He crosses the line at a time of 6:42.93. Blows his personal best away by 18 seconds. Amy Perot, congratulations on a fantastic race. Amazing race. Daniel Hall crosses the line at a time of 6:58.28. He looked exhausted, but he should be happy with that because that's a personal best. Here comes Luca Vieman at 6:55. Personal best there. William Boissonneau, personal best, 7 minutes, 94 seconds. Gentlemen, Amy Perot, Daniel Hall, William Boissonneau, Luca Vieman, well done. Personal bests all around. Amy Perot, what a great race. Fantastic, gentlemen. Well done. In the fifth quartet in the first pairing, in the inside lane from Ontario, Emile Hodzak-Santer. In the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Danielle Pauly. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane from Manitoba, Ian McPeak. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Antoine Hamel. The opening time at 200 meters for Danielle Pauly at 19.73, which is the sixth fastest opener. That's impressive. Let's see if he can hold that. Emile Hodzak-Santer at 20.79. Ian McPeak in at 21.47, and Antoine Hamel in at 21.08. Now they settle in for 12 laps from their first 200 meters. Once again, I keep reaching back into the 3,000 meters for the ladies, which is 7 laps. No, 12 laps after their opening 200. That gets their 5,000 meters underneath their belt. Sit back, relax, watch them settle in, and watch the pace. Holding in right now all around 32 seconds. This is good for these gentlemen. Well, in case you've just joined us, this is the 5th quartet of 12 quartets in total for the men's 5,000 meters. Emil Hodzak-Santer from Ontario and Daniel Pauly from Saskatchewan in the first pairing, and Ian McPeak and Antoine Hamel in the second pairing. The women's races are done for the day, so tabulations be calculated, and those that are doing the processing should know where the Canadian Junior Women's rankings are in terms of gold medal and bronze. And the men's is yet to be determined, and it should be in this grouping here. And we'll know tomorrow the official results, as the awards ceremony will be after the men's 500 meters. So we have the bell lap. Hodzak-Santer and Pauly. These are taxing races. This tests their conditioning and in turn their technique. Ian McPeak and Antoine Hamel, in terms of their bell lap as well. Here comes Daniel Pauly, and Daniel Pauly is going to cross the line at a time of 6:52.62. He'll be happy with that. And Hodzak-Santer at a time of 6:57.63. Both personal bests for Emil Hodzak-Santer and Daniel Pauly. Congratulations. Here comes Antoine Hamel, exhausted as he crosses the finish line, and he does so at a time of 6:56.49, and that is a personal best for him. And Ian McPeak crosses the line at a time of 7:08.25. We now move to the 6th quartet in the first pairing. In the inside lane from Quebec, Zachary Dupré, and in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Bon Lo. It looks like we just have one skater in the second pairing in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Fergus English. Zachary Dupré opening 200, 20.72. Bon Lo, 20.65. And Fergus English, 20.79. It'd be great if Fergus had another skater. It's a lonely skate for 12.5 laps, but it helps when you have another skater pushing you. Craig Miller did not show for the race. We had him down on the sheets, but for whatever reason, he's not out there right now. But Fergus English is, as is Zachary Dupré and Bon Lo. This is the 6th pairing of 7 before we do an ice resurfacing. We have 12. It's a 6th quartet of 7 quartets of 12 in total. we'll have an ice resurfacing after the next quartet. And then we'll have 5 more quartets, and that'll bring the day to a close. They're working on the results for the Canadian Junior Women's Champion and the rankings, or rather the placings of all the women's skaters that qualify for the Canadian Juniors. And the men's is being sorted out right here, right now in these races. So we'll definitely have those results tomorrow when they are going to be awarded the medals after the men's 500. And I'm told Isabel Weideman is going to be presenting the medals, or whatever they're going to be given, to acknowledge medals to acknowledge their efforts. So it's exciting, and the Canadian Juniors are the future of Canadian speed skating, and so this is exciting. There are 3 skaters on the ice right now. Zachary Dupre from Quebec, Bond Lowe from Saskatchewan, and Fergus English from Saskatchewan. Bond Lowe's got some nice lap times going, holding in at around the 33 second range. Dupre in at 34, and English knocking on the door to 34. The key is to hold those lap times down as long as possible. I don't think I need to tell you that any further now. You get the idea, especially for a long race. And they plan this out, the coaches and the skaters. They plan out the race, because if you go out too fast, then you get tired towards the end. If you go out too slow and you have too much at the end, you can't catch up. So you have to know your body, and it's all based on your training and trial and error. These kids are in amazing shape, and they're young, and they're going to continue to get fitter and fitter and better as the years go on. There is the bell lap for Dupre and Bon Lowe. Dupre in the inside lane. Started in the inside lane. Bon Lowe in the outside lane. Here comes Fergus English. These guys are holding in. English has brought his lap time down, which is good. Bon Lowe has brought his lap time down. And here comes Bon Lowe, and he finishes at a time of 6:56.99. He'll be happy with that, because that's a personal best. Prix in at 7:05.67, and he'll be happy with that. That is a personal best. And here comes Fergus English all by himself. Down the stretch, crossing the line at the 7-minute mark, beating his time by over 11.5 seconds. So goodbye to your old personal bests and say hello to your new ones. Gentlemen, Zachary Prix, Bon Lo, and Fergus English. We now move to the 7th quartet before the ice resurfacing in the first pairing. In the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Keegan Waddington. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Adam Buchwald. In the second pairing of this final quartet, you've got in the inner lane from Alberta, Jalen Doan. And in the outer lane from Switzerland, Matthias Nageli. Keegan Waddington with an opener of 20.07. Adam Buchwald with an opener of 20.6. Now they settle into their 12-lap race from here on in. Nageli's opener is 20.91. Jalen Donan at 21.01. So on the ice, you have 4 skaters. You've got a skater from Saskatchewan, somebody from Manitoba, Alberta, and Switzerland. Keegan Waddington from Saskatchewan, Adam Buchwald from Manitoba, Jalen Doan from Alberta, and Matthias Nageli from Switzerland. If you are watching, if you're a family member and you're a loved one and you're watching from wherever you're watching from around the world, well, hello and welcome. We're proud of your children and all the athletes that have competed so far this weekend. They work so hard in training. They're so dedicated. They live a life of an imbalance to follow a sport and to participate in a sport that they love so much. And the coaches have been tremendous for these athletes. They make such an impact on these kids, not only on the ice but off the ice. They come into the sport seeking challenges and rewards that go along with being an amateur athlete. They come in as young boys and girls and leave the sport as outstanding young men and women. Amateur sport will do that. Keegan Waddington, Adam Buchwald in the first pairing of the final quartet. Jalen Doan and Matthias Nageli in the second pairing. All their personal bests are in the early 7-minute mark. And so I fully expect to see more personal bests to fall. And coming up, 5 more quartets after the ice resurfacing, and then an out-of-competition race. William Dutton honoring a bet. And I'll talk more about that when that race is about to get underway. And it will be webcast. So his family and his friends, anybody connected to the bet that he lost, who wants to see Will honor his bet and never one to turn down a challenge, Will Dutton will race the 5,000.
The last time and there's Will there. Actually, that's apparently that's his warm up to help out to help out the athletes. He's giving Adam Buchwald his times. All the lap times are very similar with these 4 racers. I spoke to Adam Buchwald and also Ryan Kulbake and Ben Rutledge, and for some odd reason, these guys from Manitoba absolutely love doing the 5,000. You'd think most racers would like the shorter racers. These guys like the longer racers. Maybe it's the challenge that goes into it. There are lots of coaches that I want to acknowledge, and there's a lot of coaches, names I know, and there's others I know, and I know there's a number of club skaters in the meet. But Alberta coaches, I want to give a shout out to Mike Ireland and Christina Lazarescu, Mike Hall. These are coaches out of Alberta. I know there's more. Saskatchewan, Tim Comfort is here. Chris Veman is also here helping him out. Rob Mikowski is here. Sometimes Keegan Christ also is here. But Comfort and Beeman and Mikowski are helping out the Saskatchewan team. Will Dutton is the coach of speed skating Manitoba. He's out here helping out, and you can see him working with Adam Buchwald. Scott Van Horn sometimes helps out. I don't know who's helping out the Ontario skaters. Mike Reve, I want to give a shout out to him. I think he has one. His son is skating. Mike Reve is helping out the Ontario skaters. In Quebec, you got Munsef Wade, Sabrina Lapointe, Sebastien Beaulieu, Marc-Andre Poudrier, Michon. 4 Quebec coaches, about 35 skaters out here, something like that. And then from Sweden, you got Arvid Carlingshow, who's coaching his brother David and the other men and women that he brought with him. Those are just some of the coaches that I know. I want to just make sure they get acknowledged. If anybody knows of other coaches that I should be acknowledging, let me know. Now we've got the bell lap in place for Waddington and Buchwald, and we're going to get a bell lap here right now. It looks like for Jalen Doan, and then here comes Waddington and Buchwald. Keegan Waddington crosses the line at 7:02.98. That is a personal best by at least 9 seconds. Buchwald cross line at 7:03.33, and that's a personal best by 8 seconds. Keegan and Adam, congratulations on PBs. Excellent races. I know you're exhausted right now and probably can't hear my voice. Here comes Jalen Doan. He's going to finish up his race, and he's going to cross line at 7:13.40. 7:13.40, and that's a PB for Jalen by about 5 seconds. And crossing the line after him is Mateus Nagelli at 7:20, and he beats his personal best by 2.5 seconds. Well, ladies and gentlemen, personal bests all around. Congratulations to them. We're now going to do an ice resurfacing, come back for 5 more quartets, and you can see on the screen in the northwest corner of the oval, and on the screen if you're watching the footage on the webcast, Antoine Hamel at 6:26, Caleb Mueller. Oh, we've just taken off the list. Caleb Mueller, 6:27, Daniel Pauly, third. So Hamel, Mueller, Pauly, Lucas Steckley, Ian McPeak, Germain Deschamps, Emile Hodzek-Center, Hayden Meilleur. 5 more quartets to go. We are going to start at 3:47. 3:47. in 13 minutes from now. So I guess we're just going to go crazy and get that ice resurfaced. How about some Zamboni music?
It's the 2-minute warning for the remainder of the 5 quartets left in the 5,000 meters before the out-of-comp race with Will Dutton. And Octavia Moga will be along for the ride in this race in these 5,000 meters, 12 and a half laps around. 5 quartets. Let me introduce the next 4 skaters. In the 8th quartet, in the first pairing, in the inside lane from Quebec, Felix Larochelle. In the outer lane from Manitoba, Ryan Kulbacki. In the inside lane from Alberta, in the second pairing, Yang Kun Zhao. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Dina Alaz. Last 5 quartets. This is the first one. Good luck, gentlemen. La Rochelle opening 200 meter 21.62, Kulbacki 21.48, Zhao in at 21.13, and Alaz in at 22.51. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 5 quartets coming up. This is the 8th one. Felix Rochelle from Quebec, Ryan Kulbacki from Manitoba, Yang Kun Zhao from Alberta, and Dina Alaz also from Alberta. If you've just joined us, this is the 5,000 meter men's race. This is the 8th quartet. There are 12 in total. We do have a 5,000 meter out of comp exhibition race coming up, featuring Octavian Moga and William Dutton. I'll talk more about that before the race starts. This is the bell lap for Felix La Rochelle from Quebec and Ryan Kobaki from Manitoba. There's no question these kids are feeling it right now. They're absolutely exhausted. I think these kids are having some very, very good races here. I think we're going to see some personal best fall here from La Rochelle and Kobaki. And here they come down the straightaway. Kobaki is going to cross the line first, and he does at a time of 6:18.64, and that's a personal best for Ryan Kobaki. And La Rochelle crosses the line at 7:19.61, and that's a PB for him. Here comes Yang Kun Zhao, absolutely exhausted, at a time of 7:16.26, who completely obliterates his personal best by about 18 or 19 seconds. And Dino Alaz, in this cool ice level shot, is going to cross the line at 7:33.45. We now move to the 9th quartet in the first pairing of this quartet. The inside lane from Quebec, Raphael Azri. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Liam Dallaire. In the second pairing, looks like we have, yes, two skaters in the inside lane from Quebec, Joseph Perreault, and in the outer lane from Manitoba, Ben Rutledge. Good clean start to this 9th quartet on the 5,000 meter men's race. Hope you're enjoying your afternoon. If you've got this on at home or on your computer, you can weave in and out, and while you're doing the laundry or ironing or cooking, and checking in on how your loved ones are doing, how your friends are doing. It'd be tough to watch all day long unless you had somebody in it every single race. Let's look at the opening 200 meters. Azri at 21.54, Dallaire in at 21.67. They've sunk their teeth in, and now only 11 laps to go. Sounds like a lot, and it is. It certainly is to me, that's for sure. Perreault in at 21.76, and Rutledge in at 21.41. Now they settle in for their last 11 laps. 4 skaters on the ice, Raphael Asri and Liam Dallaire, Joseph Perreault and Ben Rutledge. Ben Rutledge and Ryan Kobacki plan to be coming to the University of Calgary next year. They absolutely love skating, and Ryan loves short track, and Ben loves long track. So you probably expect to see those names out here for certainly their university years. This is the 5,000 meter men's race. Their lap times in the 35 to 36 range. I expect more personal bests to fall today. So if you're looking on the webcast, you can see Raphael Asri. Well, first of all, here comes Joseph Perreault around the corner, and then here comes Ben Rutledge. He's in the pairing of Joseph Perreault. He's well ahead of Perreault. But one of the things that the camera crew want to do is they want to make sure they capture all the racers during the race for those that are watching. It's also for the coaches, too, regardless of where you are. That's Joseph Perreault, and then, of course, that's a bell lap for Liam Dallaire and Raphael Asri. So Dallaire is going to be down the straightaway with Perreault. Here comes Rutledge, well ahead of Perreault, and that's his bell lap. And then in the screen around the corner, you're going to see Dallaire, and there he is right there. Actually, he's right behind Joseph Perreault. Here comes Dallaire. He's going to cross the line, and his race is complete, and it's done at a time of 7:20. 7:20.27. And Raphael Asri at 7:28.16. Both of those guys, personal bests. Way to go. Here comes Rutledge. Skating hard towards the end. Former hockey player. 7:25.32 and beats his personal best by 9 seconds. Congratulations, Ben Rutledge. And Joseph Perreault is finishing up in his pair in this final in the 9th quartet. He cross-lined at 7:40.25. And he beats his personal best by about 3 seconds. So all around in quartet number 9, personal bests for all of you. Congratulations. In quartet number 10, in the first pairing in the inside lane, from Alberta, Brock Gilbert. In the outer lane, from Quebec, Émile Huard. In the second pairing of this quartet, from Quebec, William Lafossois. And in the outer lane, from Ontario, Joshua Sutherland.
time. Brock Gilbert, Emile Erard in one pairing, William Lafrancois and Joshua Southern in another pairing. I think this is a good opportunity to acknowledge those that are put their efforts behind making this meet work as smoothly as it does. I'd like to give a shout out to everybody who's working behind the scenes. I'll start with the meet coordinator, Greg Plenert, who's been around forever in this industry, knows it extremely well, and runs an amazing and very strong meet, leading the charge, and people working alongside him. Referees, Chief Referee Baron Tolinar, who was in Winnipeg for the Manitoba Long Track Championships. We appreciated him helping out. Assistants Carmen Cameron from Quebec and Rona Hathaway from right here in Alberta. Werner Meyer and Bruce Thorpe were helping, and they might still be here. Our starters so far in the last 2 days, and probably tomorrow as well, Blair Toblin and Darren O'Connell. And that's outside the timing deck. And we've got Gene Ewan, lap counter, and bell ringer. Gene Ewan. Don Brown will do that tomorrow. Up here in the timing deck, we've got in the electronic timing, Gloria Davis and Leslie Cassidy. Big shout out to them. I haven't seen Lori Ehrman on photo finish, or Ashley Young. Maybe John Little is assisting in that regard, but John Little, producer,
an IT specialist, along with Dustin Miller for all the video and YouTube streaming, trying to bring these events to life for you watching at home. We have medics. You can't have meets without medics on site. We've got Avinash Badoni. He's been here before, and Eric Hansplant. They're from Can West Medical, and we prefer to have them to be bored stiff for 3 full days and nothing to do. But this is speed skating, and injuries do occur, and so they're there to help out. So that's the lineup. There are others who don't wish to be acknowledged, and I'll respect that. And that's the people that work behind the scenes. I'll do it all over again tomorrow sometime. Now, there is the bell lap. And that's the bell lap for Brock Gilbert and Emile Ouad. Emile Ouad. Well, here's Lafrancois and Sutherland. There's their bell lap. Here comes Emile Ouad from Quebec, finishing off his race right in front of the timing deck, and the tip of his skate will cross the line at a time of 7 minutes, 25 seconds, and 98 100ths of a second. 7:25.98, and that's a personal best for him. Brock Gilbert crosses the line at 7:37.72 rather, and that's a personal best for him as well. Well, let's see how Lafrancois and Sutherland wrap up this race. Crossing the line is just now 7:40 with a time of 7:41.56. Joshua Sutherland, that's a personal best for him, and Lafrancois at 7:44.60, and that's a personal best for him. PBs all around in quad number 10. We now move to quad number 11 in the first pairing of this quad in the inner lane from Alberta, Caleb Jacobson. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Matthew Mitchell. In the inside lane in the second pairing from Ontario, Stefan Lee. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Oscar Stack Mikashu. Opening time for Caleb Jacobson, 19.6. Matthew Mitchell at 21.15. Stefan Lee at 21.78. And Oscar Stack Mikashu in at 20.19. Now they settle in to a race that they have planned for. This is the second last quartet before we have an out-of-competition race. Octavian Moga and William Dutton. 5,000 meters. 12.5 laps around for Moga and Dutton coming up after the 12th quartet race.
It can get awful quiet during a long race like this. The quads make it exciting because the supporters, the loved ones, the coaches are watching 4 skaters on the ice at any one time. Caleb Jacobson and Matthew Mitchell are in the first pairing of this 11th, second last quad before our out-of-comp race. Caleb is from Alberta. Matthew is from British Columbia. Stefan Lee's from Ontario. He's in the second pairing. And Oscar Stack-Mikashu is from Saskatchewan. In case you just joined us, this is the 5,000-meter men's race at the Canada Cup 3, the Canadian Juniors, and the Grand Prix. 3 speed skating meets all squished into one. And I guess they then take the results out from each and then tabulate them for each of the events. Canada Cup, there are 4 Canada Cup race events throughout the year. This is the 3rd next weekend at the Oval finale will be number 4. This is the bell lap for Matthew Mitchell and Caleb Jacobson pairing. We're going to see some personal bests fall here for sure in this group. Caleb Jacobson has never raced the 5,000 meter before, and so whatever he gets will be a personal best. Here comes Matthew Mitchell. Everything he's got. This young man is going to be exhausted after this race, as they all do, at 7:26:59. 7:26:59. He beat his time by his personal best by 24 seconds. Is that possible? So Matthew Mitchell crosses the line with a personal best. Oscar Stack-Mikashu slid over the finish line and adeptly lifting up his calf and skate without taking off a sensor. It'll be interesting to watch that in slow motion. Caleb Jacobson, 7:49. Well, I'll come back to those times in a moment. Let's introduce the 12th quartet in the first pairing of this quartet. That was an exciting finish. I'll get to that in a moment. In this 12th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane, it's the Battle of Saskatchewan, Liam McKegg. And in the outer leg, Max Williams. In the second pairing of the final quartet, in the inside lane, Battle of Ontario, Scott Taylor. And in the outer lane, Matthew Freitag.
Okay, I want to comment on the previous quartet. It was a very interesting finish. First of all, Caleb Jacobson had a time of 7:48.84. That'll be a personal best for Caleb. Matthew Mitchell, he crossed the line at 7:26.59. I mentioned that he had a personal best by 24 seconds. Stefan Lee crossed the line at around 7:59 and beat his personal best by a full minute and then some. And then Oscar Stack Mikashu made his race quite interesting out of exhaustion, fell right at the finish line and slid across the finish line, and out of courtesy for the equipment that we use, he lifted up his leg in his skate and didn't take out a sensor. We're very appreciative of that, Oscar. Your unofficial time is 7:23.82, but we used your forearm for the time, and we have to go to use another timer to, it's actually the skate. It's when the skate crosses the line. So it'll be a little higher than 7:23.82, but we up in the timing deck are appreciative of the fact that you didn't take out the equipment. Congratulations on finishing the race. And it is a personal best, whatever you get, by the way, because you've never had a time before, and no wonder you're exhausted. I would be too after 12 and a half laps. Heck, after a half a lap. Congratulations, Oscar. Back to the 12th quartet, the final quartet before our out-of-competition race between Will Dutton and Octavian Moga. McKeag and Williams in the first pairing. It's the Battle of Saskatchewan on the ice and the Battle of Ontario on the ice. Who's got bragging rights tonight? Well, they all head to bed at around 7:30 for a 14-hour nap after today's race. We'll have a 5-minute break after this quartet, and then we'll set it up for the pairing for the 5,000-meter men's out-of-competition race featuring Moga and Dutton. Liam McKeag and Max Williams. Scott Taylor and Matthew Freitag. Saskatchewan and Ontario. Doing battle on the ice, 12 and a half grueling laps. A good testament to their fitness level, their training, and to see where they're at in terms of holding their technique for as long as they possibly can. Folks, it looks easier than it is.
Just remember, for those that are in the building or those that are watching, you're going to have to move your clocks forward tonight. I think at around 2 o'clock in the morning or before you put your head in the pillow. You know the old phrase, spring forward, fall back. Your clocks spring forward 1 hour. You're going to lose an hour of sleep, so I'm sure you're going to show up a bit cranky. Just drink some coffee, give yourself some time, but move that clock forward 1 hour. At 2 o'clock in the morning, it automatically becomes 3 o'clock in the morning. And there is the Bell Lap, the Saskatchewanites doing battle on the ice. I don't think they have time or the energy to trash talk each other as they finish off the 5,000 meters. These friends and competitors and training partners out of Saskatchewan. Here they come, Liam McKeag and Max Williams. Down the straightaway they go. Here comes Liam McKeag. He's going to best his buddy Max Williams. Crosses the time at 7:40, 52:49. And Max Williams at 7:56:93. So that blows their personal bests out of the water. Congratulations, gentlemen. Well done. There's your new PB. Scott Taylor, rather. Matthew Freitag crossed the line. We don't yet have the time. 7:52:68 for Freitag. Well, Matthew, you bested your your 5,000 meters by a minute and a half. That would be tough to do every time. It would be great if you could. But your new personal best now is 7:23:82. There's your benchmark. Good luck to you along the way to continue to bring that time down. Scott Taylor has never skated the 5,000 before. He will get his first time, which of course will be his personal best. And you can see the wear and tear on him after 12 and a half laps. It's not an easy race, ladies and gentlemen. Scott Taylor from Ontario crossing the line. Give him a hand. 8:57:20. Scott, there is your personal best. So personal bests all around in this 12th and final quartet. We're going to take a 5-minute break to reset some sensors, to pause and make sure Will Dutton and Octavian Moga are ready to go for their 5,000 meters. I'll tell you a little bit more about that later. The final tally, you can see him on the screen in the oval. Antoine Hamel, 6:26:95. Caleb Mueller, 6:27:03, and Daniel Pauly, 6:37:45, along with Stelke, McPeak, Deschamps, Hodzik Center, and Mailleux. There's your 8, ladies and gentlemen. There'll be no flood, rather ice resurfacing. We're going in to one more 5,000 meter out of comp race. Welcome back to the final race of the day, featuring from Romania, Octavian Moga, and former World Cup and Olympian William Dutton from Saskatchewan. This 5,000 meter race is an out of competition race. Octavian Moga is a serious speed skater about his times. He had a personal best in the 5,000 meters at 7:58:31 back on February 8th, 2015. He has a season's best at 8:45:50. September of 2021. Will Dutton hasn't seen a 5,000 for 14 years. His time back on November 22nd, 2008, 7:01:31. So what's going on? Octavian Moga is racing because he loves to race. Will Dutton is racing because he lost a bet. He lost a bet with a buddy named Phil Riappel. I should say. Phil Riappel in a fantasy hockey pool. Let me introduce. Okay, I'll introduce after. In the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Will Dutton at a sprint pace. And Octavian Moga, the opener for this 5,000 meters, is 17:58. That has to be a world record. Octavian Moga is coming around the corner. Now he's settling in as 24:14. Okay, what's going on? Will Dutton settling in for 5,000 meters, 12 laps around with Octavian Moga. Will Dutton lost a bet with Phil Riappel in a fantasy hockey pool. And Phil is 7th with 42 points. And Will Dutton is 10th. 42 points ahead of Will. And there's not a chance Will could, in fact, beat him. And the bet was whoever had the least amount of points had to skate a 5,000. And it's happening right now. I'm going to go on the webcast and just talk to the webcast viewers. And I'm going to put on some music for these guys right now. Well, hello, webcast viewers. Welcome to this out of competition race, 5,000 meters with Will Dutton and Octavian Moga. What I'm sharing with you, they can't hear in the oval right now. I've got the... This race is between Will Dutton and Octavian Moga. And right now inside the oval, I've got the Rocky music playing. And Will has lost a bet between his friend Phil Riappel on a fantasy hockey pool. So who is Will Dutton? Well, in the sport of speed skating, he's a well-respected, now retired speed skating. Well, he's now retired as a speed skating athlete, but he's now a coach. He's a coach for speed skating in Manitoba. He'll be finishing up a 3-year stint and moving back to Calgary to start to live out his life here. A big loss for us in Manitoba. We just having my kids being coached by him, and I can speak for all the parents and all the kids. We just love this man. He's an amazing coach, amazing human being. His parents, I think they're probably watching right now. Craig and Lynn Dutton, who along with 3 sisters, Craig and Lynn, you've raised an amazing young man in Will Dutton. He was born in Regina, and he was raised in Humboldt, Saskatchewan. And somehow he latched on to speed skating, and he joined the Calgary Oval program at the age of 17. And he's represented our country at the ISU level. At the World Junior Championships, at the World Sprint Championships, at the 2014 Olympics in Sochi, where he raced the 500 and the 1,000. And in the 2015 and 16 season, he earned his first career World Cup medal, winning a silver and a bronze in Calgary, and earned 2 more medals that year
in Salt Lake City. So Will's an accomplished speed skater, so much so he holds 108 World Cup rankings, 118 national rankings, 1 World Cup gold medal, 2 silver, and 2 bronze. To say that he can sprint and skate with the best in the world, he definitely can. His fastest times in the 500? 34:15 and back in 15 for his 500, 108:39. You can see him on the screen. You can see him on the screen right now. How many laps? I'm not sure. We're only 2,200 meters in. But I think we should probably have the medics not just on the edge of the ice, but I think they should be on the ice skating right beside him. So more about Will. So his last 5,000 meters was 7:01. Oh yeah, you can see that he's tiring. The last 14 years since he raced. If you think he's going to be sore tomorrow, just wait till Monday. 7 minutes, 1 second back in November of 2008 for his 5,000 meters. And it looks like, is that Ben Rutledge giving him some coaching? Well, that's interesting, giving him his lap times. What are they? They've got to be near a minute and a half for each lap. I think he should probably skate right to the hospital after this. Anyway, Phil was fast. He was a sprinter. 34:15 was his fastest. In the 1,000 he was 108:39 back in 2013, and his fastest 1,500 was 147:12. So he was never a long-distance skater, but never one to turn down a challenge. Here he is, skating the 5,000. Now this will be interesting. Will is just trying to hold it together. I think finishing upright will be a goal. I think that should be his main goal. Some little known facts about Will Dutton. He retired once after walking the West Coast Trail, and 2 weeks after that announcement, he changed his mind when Kevin Crockett was hired as a coach and encouraged him back to reconsider, and he did. What's interesting, he's had a bout of serious injuries here in Calgary. In 2011, he partially severed his Achilles heel while working on his starts. He studied and practiced his starts to the point where he had one of the fastest starts in the world. But in the 2014 season, in a race against Dmitry Lobkov, he sustained a serious cut to his leg and had to be removed on a stretcher right here in the Calgary Oval. A number of stitches cut him open, but just one of the many injuries he had. He had a groin injury in 2015 and missed some key meets that season. He was once trained by legendary Peter Mueller out of Norway, but never shying away from an adventure. He always wanted to try the Red Bull Ice competition, and so he raced in Edmonton and Minneapolis and Finland. And his career was cut short as he cracked 3 ribs hitting the first 400 cross ice track and cracked his wrist in another race. But he did finish third in one of the best Red Bull racers, against one of the best Red Bull racers in Finland. After that, it was back to speed skating. I think to this day, he still doesn't drink Red Bull.
After spending some time on the webcast, for just me and the webcast crew, I'm back on the ice. We've got Will Dutton and Octavian Moga. 12.5 laps around. The bell lap is gone for Dutton as he comes around the final race, final corner. Here he comes, being cheered on by all his athletes. Everything he's got. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes Will Dutton. He's going to finish the 5,000 meters honor's bet with a time of 7:59:37. 7:59:37. He's only 58 seconds off his personal best set 14 years ago. Will Dutton, congratulations. Here comes Octavian Moga down the front straightaway, giving it all he's got. And crossing the line at a time of 8:23:62 off his personal best. But Octavian, that is a season's best for you.
And yes, that is Will Dutton on the ice. We should have had the paramedics not near the ice, but on the ice with Will Dutton. Will Dutton, speed skating coach out of Manitoba, honoring a bet in a fantasy hockey pool. I think we should get a good look at him and make sure these paramedics are nearby just in case. But that was an amazing race, Will Dutton. And Octavian, congratulations to you, because you got a season's best today. Well done. And maybe they have to repair the ice where Will landed after that race. Well, that was exciting. You might want to go to the webcast and hear some tidbits about Will Dutton, but speed skating Manitoba coach will soon finish his term and end into Calgary and resume his life here. We will miss him dearly in Manitoba. Well loved by the athletes and the parents. Done an amazing job and an outstanding human being, and Craig and Lynn Dutton has done an amazing job in raising him. Legendary Will Dutton. Thank you for the memories. If you're looking on the webcast, you can see a good close-up of Will. A well-deserved nourishment will be awaiting him. And I think probably a physio session, maybe a session with a chiropractor, a good massage therapist, and maybe a good cold bath. I think having trouble walking for the next week will be in order. Will Dutton, thank you very much. Octavian Moga, thank you very much. And everybody, move your clocks forward. Do that. And show up on time tomorrow. It's 4:46. That concludes day 2. That concludes. We're watching you on the screen. Will, you can see yourself. There you are. He's exhausted. But feel Riopel and all your buddies, you should be very proud. He honored his bet. I think he would love to see you 42 points behind one time, because I understand you can also skate very well as well. So his email and text box should light up. That concludes day 2 of the 2022 Grand Prix Canadian Junior Long Track Championships, where we'll be awarding the winners tomorrow, the podiums after the 500-meter men's races, and of course Canada Cup 3. Thank you tonight. Take it easy. Good night. God bless, and we'll see you tomorrow.